Chapter 904. With the iron cigar case in hand, she passed through the wall and left the warehouse she was originally hiding in. Sharon strictly followed Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements and flew towards the tallest lighthouse in Pritz Harbor in her wraith form. Right on the heels of that, she silently counted the time. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second before she could finish her thought, Sharon heard an intense sound. It sounded like a terrifying tornado had touched down at the distant dock. Her left hand, which was holding the iron cigar case, suddenly extended and sharpened her fingernails. She stabbed at the wall of spirituality, using a wraith spirituality attack to completely destroy the invisible isolation. A sudden gust of wind dispersed as Sharon suddenly felt that her spirit body had been strengthened for some baffling reason. And this stemmed from the item inside the iron cigar case. She wasn't affected by her curiosity. She was long accustomed to restraining such emotions as she continued approaching the lighthouse at high speed. Throughout the entire process, she maintained an irregular trajectory. At times, she would turn left, and at other times, she would float to the right. At times, she would use mirror blink to jump to another path before continuing her approach to her target. This made her look like she was avoiding an invisible and terrifying enemy, but Sharon knew very well that nothing was chasing after her, nor were there any distant attacks locked onto her. She felt that she was only acting in a one-man show that seemed to have an opponent. However, she didn't have any doubts. She didn't waste any time observing or waiting. She pretended that the air around her was Mimosi, a demigod from the Rouen military. She tried her best to dodge and maneuver around them. After flying for quite a while, Sharon's blue eyes that were constantly looking at the sky reflected a crimson stream of light. It flew to a high altitude and suddenly exploded, turning into a beautiful red, orange, and yellow firework. Sharon immediately retracted her gaze. As she used the wraith's fingernails to spew out spirituality and reconstruct the barrier, she leaped towards Marrak's path. At regular intervals, there would be a shattered mirror. Sharon's figure in her tiny bonnet and black dress kept flashing on it. Soon, she appeared in Marrak's brown eyes. Following that, she nimbly took a step forward as the iron cigar case in her hand was covered with a wall of spirituality once again. Marrak and Sharon didn't speak, nor did they make eye contact. It was as though they were being pursued by an invisible monster. They didn't dare stop at all. Frankly speaking, they had a general idea of the effects of what they were doing. After all, Sherlock Moriarty had once used the copper whistle to attract zombies and shadows. As for Sharon's mirror blink, the two of them were very familiar with it. However, they couldn't imagine how the detective with many secrets would steal the Tutmosis II mummy under the watchful eyes of the demigods. It wasn't to say that the mummy would definitely be able to escape if it wanted to. The demigods would definitely stop and chase after it. At this moment, they saw a figure instantly appear in front of them. He was wearing a black suit and a half-top hat. His face was covered by a grayish iron mask. In his hand was a clump of dark red soil and a book with a dark brown cover. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Marrak immediately slowed down. As he allowed the man to smear the soil on the book's surface and into his clothes, he grabbed his shoulder and surveyed his surroundings. However, he didn't discover the Tutmosis II mummy. Did I fail in the end? Mentally prepared, he sighed as he watched himself, Sharon, and Sherlock Moriarty turn transparent and vanish from their spots. In the region where the demigods were fighting, when the man in the grayish iron mask teleported away while bowing, the golden-eyed demigod from the Rouen military had a baffling foreboding. He felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He had to be stopped. Although he didn't know what he had done, he had to be stopped. Such thoughts instantly surfaced in his mind as the golden-eyed demigod immediately activated the ring on his finger, using traveling to fight traveling and teleport to pursue teleport. However, in this short interval, he realized that he was unable to lock onto the mysterious guest's aura. In other words, the other party had either interfered at the demigod level, or he had teleported to a faraway spot. Regardless of the possibility, it meant that his pursuit would easily fail. And more importantly, if he were to leave, it would be equivalent to leaving the lady in the evening gown with Mimosi and the other Rose School demigod. This was an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the current region's mysteriousness hadn't dropped to the point where it could be completely suppressed by the guns of reality. Besides, there haven't been any losses. The mummy is still around. That person only took away a bit of soil that's rich in spirituality. The golden-eyed demigod swept his gaze across the Tutmosis II mummy that was standing there in a daze before casting his attention back onto Mimosi. Suddenly, in the four demigods' spiritual perception, the mummy that was covered in yellowish-brown bandages and soaked in dark red liquid had vanished. Such a solid mummy had disappeared without any warning. Gone. For that 1 second, Mahums and the other demigods felt as though they had watched an interesting magic show or a play that contained a trick. But sadly, as demigods, they failed to discover the trick behind the magic show or the trick behind the play. Moments later, Mimosi and the other Rose School demigod, who had lost their target, didn't hesitate to fade their bodies as they attempted to enter the spirit world to escape. The golden-eyed demigod and the lady stopped them in their tracks. After 2 consecutive teleports, Klein brought Miss Sharon and Merrick back to the 2-bedroom apartment they had rented in Bakeland's East Borough. "I will pay you according to the agreement," Sharon said the moment she found her footing. At the same time, she returned the iron cigar case to Sherlock Moriarty. They had already agreed that regardless of whether they ultimately achieved their goal, Sharon would provide them with the information regarding the spirit world plunderer. If they succeeded, they would be compensated with 3,500 Ruan coins or £5,000. Klein took the iron cigar case that had traces of corrosion on its exterior and casually weighed it in his hand. He sensed the slight throbbing of Aztec's copper whistle inside. He then put away the item and smiled at Miss Sharon and Merrick. "Gentlemen, please wait in the room outside. Give me another 5 minutes." His tone was very certain, as though he was saying that he had succeeded. What can he do in 5 minutes? It's impossible for him to teleport over and bring back the Tutmosis II mummy. This will be even more dangerous and difficult than before. Merrick was filled with questions as his footsteps appeared extremely slow. As for Sharon, she had already arrived in front of the wooden door that separated the inner and outer rooms. She passed through it. Merrick hurriedly reined in his thoughts and followed closely behind, opening the door and leaving. Klein watched them with a smile the entire time. Then, he teleported to a cheap hotel in another direction in East Borough. He had disguised his identity and appearance in the afternoon to rent a room there. Right on the heels of that, he took out a book with a dark brown cover that was smeared with dark red mud. It was Rozel's Travels. As long as blood that hadn't dried yet and still had remnant spirituality was smeared on its cover, it could forcefully pull the corresponding target into the world in the book. And the liquid in the Tutmosis II mummy's golden coffin contained blood. This also meant that at that moment, the mummy was already in Klein's hands, in Rozel's Travels. After hearing Merrick's explanation of the pharaoh mummy's creation, Klein actually had a general plan. It was to use Aztec's copper whistle's attraction to the corpse as a spirit body threads to control the Tutmosis II mummy. He would then use this marionette to lure the demigods away from the coffin's vicinity, creating the conditions for him to teleport over to retrieve the liquid. He had never thought of directly taking the mummy away or allowing it to successfully escape the dock. It wasn't realistic. This required him to face the attacks of a demigod, and he, Sharon, and Merrick were unable to deal with it even if they joined forces. Even if he spent a large sum of money to summon Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker, it might not be possible. Therefore, Aztec's copper whistle and the mummy's reanimation appeared to be a goal and plan, but in fact, it was just a method to control and guide them. This could make the other actors ignore the situation around the golden coffin. This was an overt scheme that even demigods couldn't resist. This was because they were protecting the mummy and not the golden coffin. They were targeting high-sequence beyonders like Mimosi from Rose School, and not a few fellows wandering far away with unknown intentions. Klein's plan wasn't interconnected or ingenious. It couldn't be carried out without any accidents happening. There were very few problems that he needed to control. As long as the tornado successfully flipped over the coffin, Miss Sharon had to follow his instructions and maintain an irregular trajectory. As long as the military didn't have enough manpower to easily finish off Mimosi and the other Rose School demigods, all he needed to do was wait for an opportunity to appear. After the demigods left the vicinity of the golden coffin and before the mummy was possessed by the evil spirit, he would teleport over and take away something soaked in liquid before immediately escaping. There was no need for him to worry about the exact changes in a demigod battle. He didn't care which side had the upper hand or which side would be injured. He also didn't care how far the Tutmosis II mummy had to run to be considered victorious. As long as the other party could successfully start moving and was difficult to catch, there wouldn't be any problems. Finally, he bowed. On the one hand, it was to pick up the soil in passing. It was equivalent to a curtain call, and on the other hand, it was to press down on Roselle's travels by his chest. If any accidents happened, he could immediately pull it out and use it as a shield. And it was precisely because of this that Klein had just teleported away that he had smeared the soil soaked in blood onto the book's surface. The overall progress is in line with expectations. The director has succeeded. Klein felt wistful as he felt the potion in his body being digested at an accelerated pace. He didn't waste any time as he quickly set up a ritual and sacrificed Roselle's travels above the gray fog. Then, in his spirit body form, he entered the world of the book with creeping hunger, Aztec's copper whistle, the soul assurer beyonder characteristic, and the anti-curse golden bead that Sharon had given him. Chapter 905. In the book's world, the moment Klein appeared in a remote area outside the city, he immediately took out the dark red soil from before and picked up a withered branch. He then used dowsing rod to search for the Tutmosis II mummy. He was worried that the mummy known as the embodiment of a curse would harm the residents here. Although the book's world didn't lack sequence 5 beyonders, and the Tutmosis II mummy had lost the stimulation from Aztec's copper whistle, leaving it in a muddled state and lacking mobility, it was a demigod beyonder when it was alive. The curse that its corpse produced after its death was definitely extraordinary. Even Klein himself wouldn't dare approach it if he didn't have the anti-curse golden bead that Miss Sharon had given him. Of course, Klein had weighed the pros and cons before deciding to use Roselle's travels to steal the Tutmosis II mummy. His previous experiences and the encounters of others proved one thing: when outsiders entered the book's world, they wouldn't directly appear in front of the locals. They had to explore to meet them, especially the first time. Therefore, Klein believed that the Tutmosis II mummy had been moved to an uninhabited place, and in the zombie state, there was a high chance that it would circle around the vicinity. It was difficult for it to independently explore in different directions like humans, elves, and giants. This also meant that as long as he didn't waste too much time, there shouldn't be any losses. And from the moment Klein smeared the bloody mud onto the book's cover, only 2 to 3 minutes had passed. Following the dowsing rod's direction, Klein flew towards a nearby mountain peak. Soon, he saw a valley. At that moment, the Tutmosis II mummy that was wrapped in yellowish-brown cloth and stained with dark red liquid appeared. It wore a golden-patterned mask with colorful patterns. It emitted an inhuman sound from its throat as it charged over, causing the surrounding air to darken. At the same time, in the valley, a few mutilated animal corpses lifted the soil that covered them as they approached Klein with great difficulty. Klein, who had his spirit body reinforced with Aztec's copper whistle, immediately scoffed. How passionate! He unhurriedly threw away the withered branch and picked up a dark mass. This was the sole assurer beyonder characteristic that he had released from the mutated creeping hunger. At the core was a pure point of light, and its entire body was like a night sky with stars. The formless waves dispersed unsmoothly, and the surroundings suddenly darkened, as if it was midnight. The feeling of tranquility and serenity descended along with the specks of starlight. The mutilated animal carcasses first became sluggish, then they fell down and returned to sleep. The Tutmosis II mummy also slowed down. Its movements became slower and slower, but it didn't lie down again. Directly using a beyonder characteristic really isn't very effective. Furthermore, the negative effects aren't low. Klein couldn't help but raise his left hand to cover his mouth and yawn. He then made creeping hunger turn pale and tainted it with a tinge of green. He directly used the powers of a zombie to control the dead. The stacking of the two beyonder effects finally calmed down the Tutmosis II mummy. With two black gems embedded in its eye sockets, it slowly walked to Klein's side and silently stood there like the most professional manservant. Unfortunately, there's a curse. Klein immediately took out a golden bead that had the style of the ancient Highlands kingdom from his spirit body. There were deep bluish-green patterns on it. This came from Sharon, and it was specially prepared for the Tutmosis II mummy. It could effectively suppress and remove curses. Otherwise, why would this wraith dare to target the pharaoh mummy? After fiddling with the golden bead, Klein made the Tutmosis II mummy open its mouth. Then, he stuffed the item into the mask's mouth. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the surrounding darkness vanished. After doing all of this, he took a step forward and possessed the Tutmosis II mummy in his spirit body state. Then, he didn't hesitate to end the summoning and return above the gray fog. The mummy had already become a zombie that belonged to him. Just like his marionette seigneur, he could bring it out in such a manner. There was no need to forcefully store it in his body. After a series of bestowments, the Tutmosis II mummy, a material rich in spirituality, returned to the real world and returned to his cheap hotel room. After dealing with the corresponding traces, Klein reached out his right hand to grab the mummy's shoulder and teleport it back to the two-bedroom apartment where Sharon and Merrick were. Looking at the slightly greasy yellowish-brown cloth and the dark red liquid on it, Klein silently retracted his right hand and switched to his gloved left palm. After his left palm gripped the mummy's shoulder, it immediately turned transparent. Furthermore, this phenomenon quickly spread to his entire body. With a flash, Klein returned to the room from before with the mummy. He wasn't in a rush to open the door to present the outcome to Miss Sharon and Merrick. Instead, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. There's still 36 seconds to 5 minutes. Klein got the Tutmosis II mummy to pull out a chair as he leisurely sat down. After waiting for a while, he finally heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Klein replied with a smile as he controlled the Tutmosis II mummy to welcome the person. The door squeaked open, and Sharon and Merrick both saw a skinny figure who was wearing a gold-patterned mask and wrapped in yellowish-brown strips of cloth. The black gems in the figure's eye sockets shimmered before it quickly lay down on the ground and assumed a pose. Instantly, Sharon and Merrick were at a loss for words. Klein, who had already used a wall of spirituality to isolate Aztec's copper whistle, removed his control over the zombie and smiled as he pointed at the mummy. "What happens next is up to you. And the play I directed has come to a successful end." Klein sighed inwardly as he silently experienced the visible, rapid digestion of the potion. This made him feel that perhaps he didn't need to wait until the end of the year. He could consider advancing to a demigod 2 months or even 3 months earlier. Furthermore, with this digestion, the number of marionettes he could control had finally increased to 2. The maximum distance he could reach was 200 meters. When facing an enemy with a spirit body of the same level, the time taken to gain initial control of the target and completely convert the target into a marionette was reduced to 10 seconds and 2.5 minutes respectively. The range was expanded to 10 meters. He really succeeded. Merrick stared straight at the Tutmosis II mummy as he couldn't help but mutter softly. He couldn't imagine how he had succeeded. Sherlock Moriarty had successfully stolen the item that 4 demigods and 2 terrifying sealed artifacts were vying for. Furthermore, this gentleman had been empty-handed. Could it be that the mummy sent itself over? Emotions were hidden in Sharon's blue eyes. She was calm as she observed the target, this time attentively. After confirming that it was indeed a pharaoh mummy and that it was indeed Tutmosis II, she turned her gaze to Sherlock Moriarty, who was sitting cross-legged. Sharon opened her mouth and closed it for a while. "Thank you. I will send you the corresponding reward by mail." "I wish you, all the best in the future," Klein replied sincerely. Then, he sighed with emotion in his heart. "If Miss Sharon can successfully advance to Sequence 4, it means that I have an additional demigod-level helper. As the saying went in the Foodie Empire, one had to rely on one's parents at home and rely on one's friends when one was out. The more half-deity-level friends one had, of course, the better. We, the Tarot, want to have more friends and fewer enemies. However, it seems that my enemies are also increasing." With this in mind, Klein exhorted him again. "Be careful of being tracked down. Too many of the Tutmosis II mummy's items had been left with the Rouen military. It was very easy for Beyonder Means to lock onto it. As for Klein's paper Angel interference, it could only last for a limited amount of time. Of course, he believed that Miss Sharon and Merrick were definitely prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of stealing the pharaoh mummy. Similarly, he also believed that they could handle the origins of the grayish iron mask and the special firework. If it were Donna's, he would most likely tell me that I've never thought of such matters." Klein made a comparison with a particular failed hunter. Sharon nodded, indicating that she would take note of such matters. Then, she transformed the Tutmosis II mummy into her zombie and brought it into the spirit world. "Thank you for your help." Merrick, who was left in the room, exhaled as he restrained his surging emotions and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Right on the heels of that, he left the room, removed his disguise, and blended into the bustling crowd in Eastborough. During this process, Klein, who was wearing a black suit and a half-top hat, sat in his chair the entire time, silently watching them leave. At some point in time, his figure had vanished as well. In a room near Pritz Harbor, a golden-eyed demigod from the lone military pushed open the door and entered. He said to his companion, the lady in an evening gown, "Let's go." "Nothing for the time being." "That's very normal. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, that mysterious person wouldn't have stolen the Tutmosis II mummy," the lady said in a deep voice. "However, we can expand the scope of the investigation. That fireworks, that mask, that attire, that provocative bow. We should be able to figure out something." She was certain that the loss of the Tutmosis II mummy wasn't the handiwork of the 2 demigods from Rose School. If it were really their doing, there was no need for them to wait until such a dangerous situation. They nearly failed to escape. The golden-eyed demigod nodded. "Back then, I had a premonition that something would go wrong. Unfortunately, we didn't join forces with the churches for this operation. We didn't have enough manpower." He paused for a moment before asking, "Have you figured out what method that mysterious person used?" The lady picked up the crown of thorns in front of her and stabbed the thorns into her neck. As blood flowed out, she shook her head. "Perhaps, taking away the soil that contained the Tutmosis II mummy's bodily fluids was a ritual. This is a very cunning fellow who's good at deception. P.S. I'll update today. Seeking monthly votes. PS2. Recommending a book, Ethereal Mortal Realm. He was born in an immortal family, unable to step into the immortal Tao. He was tainted by demonic aura, unable to step into the fiendish Tao. He read all the scriptures, unable to step into the sacred Tao. He debated with Buddhism, unable to step into the Buddhist Tao. He spent 130,000 years in the mortal world, all to seek his own Tao. A white crane carries a text in its beak, and jade void delivers a brush. Watch a lone youth rise to prominence in the ethereal world. Chapter 906. The golden-eyed Ruan military demigod nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case. It's very similar to the style of certain fellows from the Intis Intelligence Agency. However, the Tutmosis II mummy vanished a few seconds after he took away the clump of soil. It's unlikely he could complete the ritual in time. The lady looked down at the crown of thorns on her neck as she said with a slightly slow reaction, perhaps he or they had already completed the other steps of the ritual. Perhaps he or they had already completed the other steps of the ritual. Once they teleported back, they immediately threw the clump of soil into the altar and completed the last step. Of course, it might not be a ritual. It might also be a sealed artifact that can use bodily fluids to achieve certain effect. There are too many possibilities in this regard. Although the main effects and negative effects of a sealed artifact would generally follow the sequence characteristics of the 22 pathways, allowing the researchers to barely make a guess, just like how everyone had different personalities, sealed artifacts would have all sorts of strange characteristics due to the combination, the environment when they were formed, the possible presence of a high-ranking Beyonder's aura, or the curse of the original owner. It wasn't an actual test, so no one could think of them ahead of time and list them out one by one. The golden-eyed demigod pulled out a chair and sat down. This is very difficult to investigate, so there's no need to consider it for the time being. However, you missed out on the direction of the investigation. Do you remember that tornado? It swept up the Tutmosis II mummy's coffin, causing the ritual materials inside, which are bodily fluids, to leak out. It also made the mummy roll out, allowing it to obtain the conditions to turn into a zombie. In short, this laid the foundation for subsequent developments. Therefore, it can be confirmed that this was done by that mysterious person or his helper. The lady's eyes turned a little less unfocused as she slowly took off the crown of thorns. You mean that the Church of the Storm has the high sequence formulas and most of the Beyonder characteristics of the Sailor Pathway, and that there aren't many Beyonders or mystical items that can create tornado that don't belong to them. So, we can follow this line of investigation? The golden-eyed demigod nodded. And I remember that not long ago there was a case in Eastborough. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was killed at a gathering he held. Back then, lightning storm and tornado were used at the scene. This attracted the attention of the Church of the Storm. They have been looking for clues. It can't be a coincidence that two tornadoes, that do not belong to the official organization, have appeared consecutively in the same area in a short period of time. I think it can be preliminarily confirmed that there is an internal connection. The people who killed Mr. X and stole the mummy are likely to be the same group. We need to cooperate with the Church of the Storm to investigate together. The lady put down the crown of thorns and thought for a moment. This is a very good direction. Also, we can analyze the situation from their goal and motive. It's impossible for people who only use the mummy as living corpse material to attempt to steal it at such a high risk. I suspect that the Tutmosis II mummy has an additional significance to them. The key to the ritual? The golden-eyed demigod deliberated and said, from the situation at the scene, the one who used a special item to attract the mummy's pursuit is likely a wraith or a mystical item. Combined with the goal and motive, I have a guess. The lady's heart skipped a beat as she blurted out, a defector from Rose School? Yes. The golden-eyed demigod nodded gently and said, although the creation of mummies is influenced by the worship of death and the sun, Rose School didn't forbid this burial custom even after it occupied a dominant position in the highlands and river valleys. This is enough to prove that mummies have a certain effect on them. Perhaps it's a ritual requirement of a certain sequence. At this point, he chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. There's another possibility, showing off and performing. That group of people might not really want the mummy. They just happened to meet the conditions and had a chance to steal it. Therefore, they put on a grand performance. For certain sequences of certain pathways, this is the key to digesting the potion. As a demigod, he had seen a lot of things, so he could naturally think of more possibilities. The lady in the evening gown deliberated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I suspect that it's not a single possibility, but a mixture of many factors. We'll use this as a starting point to investigate." Bakeland, Cherwood Borough, near the Tussock River. Mimosi sat in front of a square table that was covered with a tablecloth. He looked at the golden nails placed on it and said in a deep voice, "That's right." He looked at the golden nails placed on it and said in a deep voice, "Zatwin, who do you think stole the Khedive mummy?" Not far behind him, on a piano stool, a figure quickly outlined itself. The figure wore a black clergyman's robe and a black glove on his left hand. His face was thin and his skin was brown. His eyes were sunken like a mummy's, and the roots of his beard were black and white. It extended from the sides of his mouth all the way to his ears. However, they weren't thick and were rather short, appearing like stars. Zatwin's eyes were close to his skin color, light brown. He clearly had the bearing of a priest, but he exuded a cold and terrifying feeling. It was as though he was a pervert in silence. He thought and said, "The number of people who yearn for the Khedive mummy and are willing to take the risk during a demigod battle can be counted on one hand. Among them, the only one hiding in Bakeland is Sharon. She likely received Rionette Tinker's help. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to succeed." Mimosi picked up a golden nail covered in fine patterns and fell silent for a few seconds. "Who's the one who's good at teleportation? It doesn't look like German Sparrow. A helper that Sharon hired? Perhaps." Zatwin coughed twice as he said with a livid expression, "I believe we still have to think of a way to pray to the Mother Tree. This should give us a certain revelation." Mimosi nodded gently as he stabbed the golden nail into his mouth, penetrating his lip. Upon seeing this, Zatwin covered his mouth and slowly got up. With great difficulty, he went down to the first floor and prepared to leave and return to his hiding spot. On the first floor, he saw a dark environment with shimmering candlelight. The fragrance of food wafted over from various places as it filled the air. The houses nearby were terraced, and the ground floor facing the street was a shop. On the surface, the Rose School's contact point was a restaurant. It mainly focused on the southern continent's cuisine. As he had been injured during the operation, Zatwin didn't wish to maintain his evil spirit form. This was a rather heavy burden on him at the moment. Therefore, after changing into a black clergyman's robe, all he could do was walk to the door. At this moment, a customer walked in from the restaurant's entrance. The customer wore a black suit, black pants, and black leather shoes. He had a pair of black eyes and a thin face. He had a rather wide forehead and wore a monocle and a tall top hat. His gaze casually swept the area before landing on Zatwin. Seeing the black glove on Zatwin's left hand, the customer's lips curled up slightly as he shook his head with a smile, seemingly a little disappointed. Then, he entered the restaurant and brushed past Zatwin, who was returning with a malicious gaze. Zatwin didn't think too much of it as he walked outside and onto the street. Under the illumination of the street lamps, the cool night breeze blew over as the Rose School demigod suddenly shivered. Zatwin knew that this was a sign of his spiritual perception being triggered. His heart tightened as he hurriedly looked down at his hands. He was surprised to discover that the black glove on his left hand had disappeared. "It's gone." As a demigod, Zatwin had no idea when the sealed artifact on his hand had disappeared. He suddenly turned around and looked into the restaurant. The image of the man just now suddenly appeared in his mind. Soon, he locked onto his target's aura and discovered that the man was still in the restaurant. He had even called for a waiter and asked for a menu. Zatwin originally wanted to use Mirror Blink to possess him, but for some reason, his hands couldn't help but tremble. He vaguely felt that there were dangerous, terrifying, and undetectable enemies lurking around him. A thought flashed through his mind as Zatwin subconsciously took a step to the side and walked to the end of the street as though nothing had happened. Sherwood Borough, in a house. Furs was flipping through the latest issue of Ladies' Aesthetics when she suddenly heard the sound of a key turning and the door opening. "Why are you so late today?" She looked up at Zio at the door. Zio ruffled her short blonde hair. "When I was about to return, I saw the meeting sign from MI9. It was urgent." "What's the matter this time?" Furs put down the magazine in her hand with piqued interest. "A continuation of the murder of Mr. X," Zio said casually as she bent down to change into her slippers. Furs's expression froze as her eyes darted around slightly. "Are there any clues?" "It can't be called a clue. Back then, there was a demigod-level tornado at the scene. This isn't common outside the Church of the Storm. And earlier tonight, a dock in Pritz Harbor suffered a small-scale tornado attack. A pharaoh mummy was stolen in the chaos," Zio explained simply. "MI9 suspects that the two incidents were done by the same group of people, so they urged us informants to work harder to gather information and find clues. There's a tornado in my Lamino's travels. Mr. German Sparrow? Why would he steal a pharaoh mummy?" Furs forced a smile. "Perhaps it's done by the Church of the Storm?" Zio rolled her eyes at her as she quickly walked into the kitchen in search of food. Early in the morning, 160 Buckland Street. Klein had just finished washing up, and before he could open the door for his valet, Richardson, to enter, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Miss Messenger's headless body walk out of the void with 4 heads in her hand. One of them was biting on a rather thick envelope, while the other opened its mouth and spat out a large pile of gold coins. "I'm finally going to clear my debt." Klein glanced at Rionette Tinker's 4 heads and heaved a sigh of relief. "I remember that I still owe you 3,413 gold coins. You can now withdraw the last portion of your debt." At the same time, he found the pile of gold coins a little familiar, but he didn't think too much of it. This was because all the gold coins looked familiar to him. P.S. Thank you Jiangnan for tipping the Silver Alliance. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 907. Upon hearing Klein's words, one of the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands immediately said, "All right. All right." It opened its mouth and immediately sucked back most of the gold coins, storing them somewhere unknown. Looking at the dozens of shiny gold coins, Klein reached out to receive the rather thick envelope. He quickly tore it open and scanned the contents. He discovered that it was indeed the detailed information on Spirit World plunderers. After Miss Messenger returned to the Spirit World, he put away the gold coins, pulled open the curtains, and sat down. Under the morning sun, he seriously read the beautifully written content. "Thank you again for your help. The Tutmosis II mummy is a component of my advancement ritual. It's of great significance to me. Spirit World plunderers live in the depths of the Spirit World. They are rare, intelligent, and extremely aggressive. They can transform the creatures they capture or kill into their soul avatars. Their soul avatars can transform into the appearance of their true soul bodies and have similar appearances and specialties. They can also disguise themselves as other Spirit World creatures. When you encounter them, perhaps all the Spirit World creatures around you are transformed from their soul avatars. You absolutely cannot be careless. Such creatures can effectively affect the thinking abilities of their prey, causing them to enter a state of paralysis. The spirituality of their true soul bodies is very strong, so they often gain quite a bit of an advantage in related confrontations. They're very difficult to find. Currently, there are only traces of their activity in one place, Calderon City in the Spirit World. This is a legendary city. Its origins are mysterious and unknown. In this aspect there are 3 guesses. One is that it's the residence of death in the past, the entrance to the underworld. The second is that it's the divine kingdom of a perished ancient god from the second epoch. It was attracted by the Spirit World and sank into it, gradually turning into a city that's both real and illusory. The third is that it's a real city that was devoured by the spirit world during the cataclysm. Regardless of the guesses, they all point to one point. This city is very dangerous. There are many special and strange places. I don't have the mysticism coordinates of Calderon City. Even many high-level spirit world creatures don't have them. The first is to use a special secret deed ritual to pray to Red Light Ire Moria and obtain the corresponding answer. I won't go into too much detail about what Red Light is. If you don't understand, you can write to me and ask. The second is to find the people from the house of Abraham. They inherit the traveler pathway and have a deep exploration of the spirit world. Even though Miss Sharon is writing a letter, she gives off a very restrained feeling. Indeed, the pharaoh mummy is prepared for the puppet ritual. Back then, the evil spirit in the underground ruins had also said that it could be a part of the ritual. So, the specific requirement for the ritual is a corpse left behind by a high-sequence beyonder that retains its spirituality, or an evil spirit formed from the combination of their resentful souls. Heh, can I pray to Orange Light and get him to help me ask Red Light? Yes, to others, finding Calderon City is a very difficult matter, but to me, it's extremely simple. I can just entrust it to Miss Magicians. She's now a great benefactor of the House of Abraham. I really hope that my first guess about Calderon City is correct. That way, when I contact Mr. Aztec, I'll be able to see the dangerous residents of this mysterious city line up in 2 rows to welcome me. Klein shook his head and threw his beautiful thoughts to the back of his mind. He re-evaluated the spirit world plunderers and confirmed that they have some of the characteristics of a marionettist and a bizarro sorcerer. They are rather dangerous high-level spirit world creatures. Allowing an avatar to possess the appearance, performance, and uniqueness of a true soul is identical to a bizarro sorcerer giving his own powers to a marionette. At the level of Zeratul, or a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, can they temporarily give certain beyonder powers to creatures that aren't marionettes? In thought, Klein folded the letter and casually shook it. He watched as it was engulfed by the scarlet flames, turning into charred fragments that fell into the trash can. Reining in his thoughts, he walked to the bedroom door in his pajamas and got his valet, Richardson, to come in and change his clothes. Beneath St. Samuel Cathedral, as usual, Leonard Mitchell leaned back in his chair and placed his feet on the table. He didn't show any abnormalities on the surface, but he was thinking about Amon. Ever since he learned that Amon had arrived in Bakeland, the parasitic Pallas Zoroast in his body had become abnormally silent. He was no longer as active as before, taking the initiative to speak and give suggestions. If it wasn't for the fact that he would receive an answer when he asked, Leonard would even suspect that old man had secretly run off and found someone else to parasitize. Amidst his thoughts, the captain of the Red Gloves, the Nighthawk Deacon, Sostel, walked in. Did the interrogation yield any results? What were the results? The Red Gloves, who were doing their own things in the room, cast their gazes at the door. Late last night, they had just completed a mission. They had captured 3 members of the charismatic order that they had been investigating for quite some time. Now, they were awaiting the results of the interrogation. Sostel surveyed the area with a serious expression. We have done a great service, but this isn't a good thing. According to the confessions of the 3 members of the charismatic order, as well as the information that the Church has gathered in the past, we can preliminarily determine that the charismatic order is split between resurrecting death and artificial death. And the latter has already made some progress and gained quite a bit. They are filled with animosity towards Ruan and us. They have placed a portion of the artificial death experiments in Bakeland. Yes, their thoughts are the same as your worries. Even if the experiment fails, there's still a chance to deal a heavy blow to the capital of capitals. Leonard snapped out of his daze and exchanged looks with Bob, Cindy, and company. They saw the shock and anger in each other's eyes. At this time, Sostel knocked on the table next to him and stopped the discussion. He cleared his throat and said, Our current mission is to go to the southern continent to find the few key members of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction based on the clues in the testimonies. We need to investigate the remaining spies in Bakeland and pull them out one by one. For this mission, we will obtain the assistance of Lady Daly, and the Church will provide her with the potion in advance and help her prepare the ritual so that she can become a gatekeeper before we depart. In addition, the high-ranking deacon in charge of the southern continent, Goddess's Eye Ilya, and the local Nighthawks will also provide us with help. They will give us the corresponding sealed artifacts and do an advance investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, go back and rest for a day. Get ready. We'll set off tomorrow night. Yes, Captain. Bob, Cindy, and the others stood up and replied. Leonard stood up as well, but he didn't say a word. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, we can take this opportunity to leave Bakeland and escape Amon's threat. After returning to 7 Pinster Street and closing the door and drawing the curtains, he lowered his voice. He lowered his voice and said, Old man, the problem has been resolved. I believe the normal mobilization of a red glove shouldn't arouse Amon's suspicion, right? In his mind, the slightly aged voice slowly said, No. It won't. Leonard could tell that old man's tone was much more relaxed. His heart stirred as he thought for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, Should I write to Klein Moretti and tell him that we will be leaving Bakeland for a long period of time? After all, he was the one who warned us that Amon has arrived. Palaz Zoroast replied without changing his tone, That's right. Write if you want to. Leonard exhaled, took out a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He deliberated for a moment before lowering his wrist and writing, I have a mission and will be leaving Bakeland soon. After reading the short line of text, Leonard put down the fountain pen and folded the letter. Soon, he prepared the ritual to summon the messenger. He lit the candle, took a step back, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes, In my name, I summon a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. Inside the room, the sound of wind suddenly sounded as it turned intense. The candle's flame swelled as it was dyed in a pale white color. A blonde, red-eyed, and beautiful head popped out. Leonard pricked up his brows and was just about to say something when he saw that the head wasn't followed by a complete neck, but a hand that was tugging at its hair. Rionette Tinker, who was dressed in a dark and complicated dress, quickly walked out. The 4 heads in her hands turned at the same time as they looked at Leonard Mitchell. This is... You want to send a letter? This spirit world creature looks very powerful. Is this the benefit that Klein received from joining that secret organization? As Leonard thought, he nodded. Yes. The 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands spoke again. You need give a gold coin. A gold coin? The mysterious world's messenger needs to be paid as well? Leonard was rather surprised, but he didn't know how to react. All he could do was reach into his pocket and take out a gold coin. Only then did Rionette Tinker raise her 2 blonde, red-eyed heads and bite down on the letter and the gold coin. Following that, she stepped into the void and vanished. After the candle's flame returned to normal, Leonard couldn't help but laugh. What a strange messenger! Just as he said that, Palaz Zoroast's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. It's best you don't speak ill of him behind his back. Him? The old man called a messenger him? A messenger is him? Leonard's eyes widened suddenly. Palaz coughed lightly and said, His condition is very strange. His condition is very strange, not much better than mine. In short, that organization that believes in the fool is more. You have to be more careful when making contact or cooperating with Klein Moretti. After saying that, the parasite fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. Leonard actually wants to use the mission to leave Bakeland and escape the threat of Amon? Is this the idea that his grandpa came up with? Isn't that too cowardly? Klein, who received the letter, scanned the contents and muttered to himself silently. He began seriously considering how he could use the firearms deal as an excuse to quickly leave Bakeland for a period of time. P.S. Missed updates. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 908. After thinking for a while, Klein, who already had a plan, smoothly sorted out his thoughts and determined the next few things to do. He shook the letter with his right hand, and amidst the rising scarlet flames, he looked up at Rionette Tinker, prepared to take out a lone gold coin from his pocket to pay for the postage. However, Miss Messenger had already left, and there was no one in front of him. No more money? Klein was taken aback at first before he made all sorts of connections. He suspected that Rionette Tinker, who habitually took gold coins from non-contractors, had taken the initiative to ask for postage. Perhaps Miss Messenger didn't say a word and just looked at Leonard with her 4 heads and 8 eyes, waiting for him to pay the gold coin. In the end, this fellow couldn't figure it out at all and wanted to forcefully end the summoning, only to have his neck snapped. Klein hissed as he used the gold coin he had just taken out to do a divination. He received the result that Leonard Mitchell was living quite well. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the gold coins, and shouted towards the door. Richardson! The door to the half-open room opened behind him without a sound. His valet, Richardson, walked in quickly and asked respectfully, "What can I do for you, sir?" "Ask the butler to come over." As Klein gave the order, he sighed inwardly. He had really been corrupted by his extravagant life. Even if he was looking for someone at home, he wouldn't move half a step and had to ask his valet to do it. This is the need for acting, he silently said to himself. A few minutes later, Walter, who was wearing white gloves, went up to the 3rd floor. He naturally lowered his arms and stood in front of Don Dantes in a standard posture as he waited for his employer to speak. Klein had already planned out his words as he said unhurriedly, "That's right. Go to Member of Parliament Mock's place and tell him that I've already prepared the initial payment. Also, prepare the carriage. I'm going to the Bursary Charity Foundation in the morning and will return at noon. If Member of Parliament Mock doesn't get me to spare some time in the afternoon, make a trip to Dr. Alan Series's place and tell him that I'll be paying a visit in the afternoon." Klein had already withdrawn £10,000 in cash from above the grey fog and placed it in a small suitcase. He was waiting for the right time to complete the preliminary preparations for the arms deal. And in order to disperse the smell of the grey fog on the banknotes, he had deliberately teleported to the sea and foraged for creeping hunger in passing. He was afraid that Amon, who knew of the grey fog's existence, would be able to sniff out the specific smell in the same city, or use it to sense the location of the treasures he desired. Yes, sir. Walter didn't ask his employer where he had raised the initial funds. From what he remembered, Don Dantes hadn't been to the bank much recently. Of course, this wasn't a problem that people cared too much about. Many rich people who came to Bakeland from other places, especially from Desi Bay and Mid-Seashire, would always prepare a large amount of cash in advance. 22 Phelps Street, the headquarters of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Klein passed through the door and entered. He went up to the 2nd floor and found the reception room provided for directors. As an honorary director who only occasionally participated in certain matters, he didn't have an office here, but he could use the reception room. He clenched his right hand into a fist and held it to his mouth as he deliberately coughed twice. Then, he walked into the reception room and found a sofa to sit down. After a moment, he stood up again and said to his valet, Richardson, who was standing beside him, "I'm going to the bathroom." After buttoning up his clothes, Klein walked out of the reception room and happened to see Justice Audrey walk out of her office. This noble lady was wearing a rather simple dress today. It was white with dark green embellishments. Her sleeves and collar were mainly frilly, and there were layers of laces that formed a bow tie in front of her chest. She didn't even wear any jewelry. She wore a belt that he couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Only her left arm had a slight bulge when the wind blew against her skin. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein made a surprised expression as though he had chanced upon her. Audrey glanced at Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and a rather good-looking appearance. She smiled and replied, "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." She originally wanted to say, "Long time no see," in a slightly light-hearted manner to make fun of him for not coming to the Bursary Foundation for a few days after the establishment ceremony. However, considering that the two of them could only be considered acquaintances on the surface, she forcefully held back the corresponding words. Klein rubbed his temples and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry I didn't come until today. I've been too busy recently. I can foresee that I'll be even busier in the future. I might have to make a trip to the southern continent to settle certain matters." The reason why he specially came over to inform Miss Justice that he would be leaving Bakeland for a period of time was to show his sincerity. He hoped that this noble lady could help watch over the foundation and allow it to operate normally. To Klein, he sincerely hoped that the Bursary Foundation could help more poor people in need. To the southern continent? Audrey could read Don Dantes' sincerity as she asked in surprise. Klein smiled. "For a business deal." At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Audrey's mind was, which Sequence 5 is about to lose his life again? Sensing that Miss Justice seemed to have made a bad association, Klein added, "I have a partnership with the military. We work with the military to sell some necessities." "What's the point of that? The identity of Don Dantes is used to gather military intelligence?" Audrey was enlightened as she raised her right hand and tapped 4 times in a clockwise manner. With a bright smile, she said, "May the goddess bless you in everything." After saying this out of habit, she realized that something was amiss. She was actually telling a blessed of Mr. Fool that the goddess bless him. This is probably closer to a curse. Will Mr. German Sparrow be angry? No. He's actually a gentle person at heart, and I didn't have any ill intentions just now. After going to the southern continent and coming back, the one acting as Don Dantes should be another blessed, right? Could it be a demigod? Audrey's thoughts unknowingly wandered. Klein smiled helplessly as he drew the crimson moon on his chest. "May the goddess bless us, and not send down divine punishment," he added inwardly. Following that, he casually chatted as though he had really met her on the road. "Did you go to school to promote it?" "Yes." At the mention of this matter, Audrey's face seemed to glow. She was proud and happy that she had finally done something practical. She nodded with a slight amount of force. Pity gradually appeared in her green eyes. "I went to a few public elementary schools. Many of the children there are really pitiful. To save money, they bring their own black bread for lunch, along with a cup of water." At this point, she looked up at Don Dantes and said with some embarrassment, "I know that they won't bring me to night school or Sunday school for the time being. I know that they won't take me to night school and Sunday school for the time being. They won't let me see anything worse. But I can imagine, just like those workers who enter a factory and can only live for a few years." This was something the world, German Sparrow, had once told her. It was the first time she knew the true situation of the bottom rungs of Bakeland. However, without seeing it with her own eyes, she could only rely on her imagination. Klein sighed silently. "It might be worse than you imagine. There's no rush. Once you show your abilities worthy of their trust, you will truly become one of them." "Okay." Audrey nodded, as though she was already thinking of how to perform better. Klein didn't continue the conversation. After all, this was only their third meeting. They had only exchanged a few words previously, so it was easy for others to suspect them if they chatted too much. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom, apologized, and strode over to it. Audrey looked at Don Dantes' back and fell silent for a few seconds. She then muttered, What would it be like if it's worse? After receiving Mock's invitation to the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse in the evening, Klein followed his plan and visited Dr. Alan Series at 4 in the afternoon. "Mr. Dantes, your butler didn't tell me what's going on." As his wife was about a month away from giving birth, Dr. Allen had recently declined a lot of work and often stayed at home. He was rather puzzled by the sudden visit from Don Dantes, who he wasn't too familiar with. Furthermore, he wasn't good at socializing, so after exchanging pleasantries, he directly asked a question. Klein smiled and said, "It's this. I might be making a trip to the southern continent. As you know, the weather there is hot and humid. There are all kinds of bugs and diseases. I wish to prepare some medicine ahead of time to prevent any accidents from happening. I wonder if you have any suggestions? I'm really ashamed. You're the only excellent doctor I know." Dr. Allen accepted his explanation and began thinking seriously before giving the name of the medicine. Finally, Klein, who was filled with notes, found an excuse of having a stomachache and entered the washroom on the first floor. The mirror suddenly darkened, as though it was enveloped by a thick shadow, and in the shadow, a black pram slowly approached. Inside was a blurry child wrapped in silver silk. "What's the matter this time?" Will Ossepton asked in a clear voice. Klein coughed dryly and forced a smile. "You should have heard it. I'm heading to the southern continent. I don't wish to miss your birth, so I wanted to ask you which day you plan on having as your birthday?" Will Ossepton sucked on his thumb. "I don't know. Even angels can't control when they're born?" Klein asked in surprise. Will Ossepton answered hesitantly, "You don't understand. I've already chosen 3 birthdays." "You don't understand. I've already chosen 3 birthdays. They all have unique meanings in terms of fate, but I'm not sure yet. I'm still not sure. Maybe when the time comes, I'll know what to do." This is a case of having difficulty choosing. He also has the strong aura of a charlatan. Klein clasped his hands and indiscernibly rubbed them. "Then how do I learn of it in time and rush back to complete the transaction with you? That paper crane can no longer be used. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of June." Chapter 909. Upon hearing Klein's question, the baby wrapped in silver silk raised his chubby arms and spread them out. "I don't have a choice. I'm still in my mother's tummy. Although I can't write on that paper crane anymore, it can still help me locate you. If anything happens, I'll let you know." With regards to Will Ossepton's answer, Klein had already expected it. Without changing his posture or smile, he explained, "That's right. That paper crane is already a little damaged. I think there might be a problem with the positioning." Then, he gave his own suggestion. "Perhaps we can do this. After you are born, summon my messenger and write to me." He was worried that something abnormal would happen when Will Ossepton was born, causing this snake of fate to have no choice but to change locations with his infant body. When that happened, he would really be unable to contact him. In the black pram, Will Ossepton opened his mouth and closed it again. For a moment, he did not give a response. After a few seconds, the baby pursed his lips and said, "Do you think that's realistic? Not only did you have a newborn baby write a letter to you, you even had to set up a ritual and summon a messenger?" Klein laughed dryly. "But you are the snake of fate. We still have to respect the laws of nature." Will Ossepton swung his arm and patted the cushion beside him. The baby pondered for a moment and said, "Let's do it this way. Get someone to keep an eye on this place. Once a baby is born, report to you immediately." Klein's eyes darted left and right. Sure. In this aspect, there were too many people he could find. He could hire gang members through Sharon and use the messenger to deliver the message. He could also find something for the usually idle Emlyn White to do. He could also entrust the bounty hunter, Miss Zio, to help. The corresponding results would be informed to the World and German Sparrow by Miss Magicians. He could also get a Rhodes to pay attention to the surroundings and report the situation through a one-way communication. However, this fellow has a sharp nose. I wonder if he can smell the scent of the umbilical cord blood outside the house, or even distinguish the corresponding essence. If that's the case, it might give him an impact similar to seeing a mythical creature. His rationality will be lowered, his mind will go haywire, and his body will mutate. Klein hurriedly asked while Will Ossepton's pram hadn't retreated into the shadows. I have a teacher that I haven't contacted in a long time. Can you help me take a look at his fate? His name is Aztec Eggers. As Mr. Aztec still hadn't replied, Klein couldn't help but feel a little worried. Previously, he had used the copper whistle to do the corresponding divination above the gray fog, but all he saw was silence and deep darkness. He heard distant and long breaths, but he was unable to decipher what such a dream represented. Will Ossepton sucked his thumb and said, "He's in a state of transformation. This might be a good thing or a bad thing. I can only see to this extent, because that teacher of yours has something special about him." Something special? A godhood that directly stems from death? Transformation? Does this mean that Mr. Aztec has recovered more of his memories and has once again recovered his corresponding strength through his slumber? Klein bowed in thought. "Thank you for your answer." Will Ossepton immediately turned his head and looked to the side. Klein thought and reminded him, "According to what I know, Blasphemer Amon has come to Bakeland. According to what I know, Blasphemer Amon has come to Backland. Of course, it's most likely an avatar." Will Ossepton was taken aback as he chuckled. "To you, this might be a bad thing, but to me, it's rather good. Amon and that stupid snake, Ouroboros, are absolute enemies. No, a more accurate description is that he hates the true creator and is constantly thinking of pulling him down from his throne. As for Ouroboros, he is loyal to that evil god." After saying this, the black pram retreated back into the mirror's shadow as everything returned to normal. Amon hates the true creator? I'm increasingly suspecting that the true creator is a participant in the act of devouring the ancient sun god. It's that pitch-black baby in the middle of the storm angel, the white angel, and the wisdom angel. Klein exhaled, took 2 steps forward, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. In the evening, in East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse, Klein didn't immediately see the long-faced Colonel Calvin. After placing the suitcase containing £10,000 into a heavy safe, he followed Mocked to enjoy the buffet food provided by this top club. The restaurant mainly focused on Southern Continent specialties. There was cheese bread made from cassava flour, ice cream with purple raspberry juice, assorted seafood broth flavored with coconut milk and palm oil, beef innards stewed with pepper, tomato, and onion. There was also Hagati roasted meat, Paws Valley mixed broth, as well as schnitzel and grilled squid. Compared to other places, the ingredients used here were of very high quality. The taste was also pure Southern Continent style. It left Klein rather satisfied. If it wasn't for his image, he would have felt that a mouthful of Hagati roasted meat and a mouthful of purple raspberry ice cream would have been great. Indeed, I prefer food with stronger flavors. What satisfied me the most today was the apéritif. If Mocked hadn't mentioned it in passing, I would have even imagined it to be a light fruit juice. The pale golden liquid had 2 lemon slices soaked in it with a few pieces of crushed ice. It's sweet and a little sour. It doesn't have the taste of alcohol, but it's refreshing and refreshing. It instantly takes away the heat from my body. Klein placed the tablecloth on his plate as he reminisced about the enjoyment he had just had. At this moment, Mocked, who had gone to the washroom, returned. He smiled as he bent down and whispered into Don Dante's ear. "The room from before." "All right." Klein got up and went to the room with the safe. He took out the suitcase containing £10,000 before heading to the activity room where he had previously met Colonel Calvin. The long-faced Calvin was already waiting there. He glanced at the suitcase in Don Dante's hand and got up with a smile. "You really are a gentleman of action. I admire such an attitude." As he spoke, He extended his right hand and shook hands with Dwayne Dantes, who had white sideburns. Klein then handed the suitcase in his hand to him, and smiled humbly. As a businessman, if one isn't decisive or swift when faced with a good opportunity to earn money, it only means that they aren't suited for this job. Calvin sat down again and opened the suitcase in front of Don Dantes and Mock. He roughly counted the neatly arranged stacks of cash. He quickly made a confirmation and closed the suitcase. He looked up at Don Dantes, who was sitting diagonally opposite him. "Do you have any other thoughts on the exact details of the transaction?" Klein deliberately pretended to organize his words and waited for a few seconds before saying, "Yes." After a few seconds, he said, "I wish to head to the southern continent in the near future, to West Balham." Seeing Colonel Calvin and Mock show a certain degree of surprise, he added, "There are some things that aren't suitable when carrying a lot of firearms. There are some things that are not suitable to be done when you have a lot of firearms with you. In order to make the transaction go smoothly, it is necessary to prepare in advance. I have to take this matter seriously. This is a business worth tens of thousands of pounds. Here's my idea. I'll head to West Balham first and contact customers who need it. I'll resolve the obvious obstacles. When the appointed time comes, I'll contact you via telegram and head to the East Balham border to retrieve the goods." Calvin pondered for a moment and said, "After June 20th, you can send me a telegram. After June 20th, you can send me a telegram. I'll give you the specific information later. In short, after I receive the telegram, I'll immediately inform the officers there and ask them to bring the person who gave me the agreed secret code and password to the warehouse. Do you need any support personnel who can provide protection during this period of time? When do you plan on setting off?" "I just want to head to West Balham and find a place without Rose School to stay there. I'll leave the rest to Donna's. When do I set off?" "I obviously wish to set off today and arrive today, but that will incur suspicion." Klein considered for 2 seconds and said, "There's no need for that for the time being. In certain places in the southern continent, such support personnel will be the main reason for conflict. Don't worry, I have many friends in West Balham. Without any valuable goods, my safety can still be guaranteed. As for the question of when to set off, my answer is that the sooner, the better." Colonel Calvin thought for nearly a minute before slowly nodding. "After dinner tomorrow, I'll send someone to fetch you. The military has an airship that's transporting supplies and personnel to Desi Bay. And from there, it's very close to the southern continent by ship. If everything goes well, it'll take 2 to 3 days. Even if there's a storm in the way, making it necessary to take a roundabout route, it'll still take a week to arrive." "Thank you." Klein got up and bowed sincerely. From his point of view, leaving Bakeland with the military was a sufficiently safe choice. He wouldn't be suspected by anyone. After discussing some details, Klein got up and bade farewell. He returned to the lobby with Mock and prepared to leave. Inside the lobby, beside the buffet table, nearly 10 men in military or casual attire were each holding a cup of alcohol. They were gathered there and joked about the recent rumors. Klein swept his gaze and suddenly found one of the figures somewhat familiar. The person was more than 1.85 meters tall, but less than 1.9 meters. His arms were slightly long, and his legs were slightly slanted outwards. His shoulders were abnormally broad, making his black suit appear rather tight. This is... As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly tensed up as he recalled the source of the sense of familiarity. This was the demigod who had met crazy Captain Connors that night. He was suspected to be working for a particular faction of the royal family, the demigod who was in charge of human trafficking. Although this high-sequence beyonder had been wearing a black cloak back then, interfering with divination and preventing his looks from being exposed, Klein had remembered the unique traits of his body. This was the specialty of a faceless. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes in the last few hours. It would be a waste if I didn't vote. Chapter 9-10. For an instant, Klein's casual gaze paused as it froze on the familiar figure. He immediately sensed that he was acting a little abnormal, and with his spiritual perception as a demigod, this was a problem that couldn't be ignored. His back muscles tensed up as thoughts raced through Klein's mind, producing sparks. He didn't retract his gaze reflexively. Instead, he continued looking at the demigod suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway and smiled at Mocht. He smiled at Mocht and said, "Indeed, it's not only retired officers who are here." This was nonsense that seemed like a meticulous observation, but it was actually meaningless. Mocht chuckled. "Any club will eventually exceed its original boundaries when it develops." His answer didn't seem to say anything, but on careful thought, it made people feel like he had said something, or perhaps it was the exact opposite. At this moment, the man in a black suit with broad shoulders and slightly long arms naturally turned his head to look at where the duo was. He saw a tycoon who had donated £15,000 curiously sizing them up while whispering to Mocht beside him. This made him feel that the other party's astonished gaze was a normal reaction after learning of his position. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued the unfinished topic. And at this moment Klein's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He felt his legs go limp. Although he had faced a demigod in the past and had even fought one, this was the first time he was encountering such a situation in such a small setting. More importantly, he was far from being prepared to face a demigod. Not only did he not have a marionette, but he also had Death Knell, Aztec's copper whistle, and the adventurer's harmonica. The sea god's scepter couldn't be carried with one's body, and it had strict requirements on the environment it was used in. Otherwise, it would result in massive casualties. Once Rozel's travels was carried on him for an extended period of time, it would cause Klein to enter the world inside the book. When that happened, it would be very troublesome to come out again. Creeping hunger was still unsealed, making it restless every day. Unless it was necessary, it was impossible for him to take it out ahead of time. The Fate Siphon charm was made from a worm of time, so it might attract him on. Unless it was used very quickly, Klein wouldn't have the guts to carry it around. If the demigod who was suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway discovered the problem, the best solution he could think of was to blow the harmonica and summon Miss Messenger, asking her to bring him out of Bakeland with the help of the spirit world. He never thought of letting Rionette Tinker engage in a battle with the other party while he held Death Knell and looked for an opportunity to fire from the side. This was because this was Bakeland, the home turf of the official Beyonders. With Miss Messenger's strange appearance, any crime that the gentleman casually pinned on her would definitely result in a siege for Klein. There would definitely be more and more demigods and powerful sealed artifacts. What a close shave. Klein moved his gaze away in accordance with logic. He used his clown powers to control his legs and walked out the door without any abnormalities. He didn't ask Mocht, nor did he ask who those people were. Clearly, he wasn't interested in them at all. This was to prove that he had only taken a casual glance. However, the other party's glance had exposed his appearance to Klein. He had thick but not messy black eyebrows, short and stiff hair of the same color, dark blue eyes that were nearly black, a high nose bridge that resembled a mountain, and a large beard that extended out from the corners of his mouth. His facial features were deep, and he had a rather long face, as well as cold lines. This was a man with a very tough vibe. He might even be in his 30s or 40s, making it difficult to make an accurate judgment. Just from his appearance, Klein felt that he was more like an Arbiter Pathways demigod and not a Black Emperor's. Of course, this demigod's bearing was actually closer to a warrior's, but he was too short. With this clear appearance, Klein didn't need to ask any further questions. He could directly get an answer from Rhodes. Even if he was still wary of the magic mirror, he could still get Miss Zio, Miss Sharon, and company to do a simple identity check. He believed that no matter how a demigod hid himself, his position wouldn't be too low. It would be very easy to find out. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 step. Klein left the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse in a normal manner. When he got into the carriage, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed deeply in his heart. The broken clue of the Great Smog of Bakeland is finally reconnected. He didn't open his eyes for a long time and didn't speak. It was as if he was still thinking about the business issues they had discussed before, but in fact, he was trying to calm down the emotions he had just suppressed. During this process, Klein noticed that his valet, Richardson, wanted to speak a few times, but he would shut his mouth, as though he was troubled by something. In the end, he said nothing and focused on preparing marquee black tea for his employer. Because of what had just happened, Klein was not in the mood to care about his question for a while, so he pretended not to notice anything. Amidst the silence and the sound of wheels turning, they returned to 160 Buckland Street. On the 3rd floor, just as Klein was about to take a bath in the bathtub that had been adjusted by a first-class maid, Richardson, who was holding his hat and cane, took 2 steps forward and asked respectfully, "Mister, are you going to the southern continent soon?" "Yes," Klein replied frankly. He was even prepared to give Tanaja another £500 in cash to cover the daily expenses of the Don Dante's mansion when he was in the southern continent. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the importance of the positions of butler and valet in the upper class. Master couldn't hide many things from them, so when there was an irreconcilable conflict in their beliefs, attitudes, or political stance, they had to change. Richardson hesitated for a moment. "Sir, I was born in the southern continent, and I'm fluent in Duttonese. I'm very familiar with the local customs, so I should be able to help you." Duttonese was the lingua franca of the ancient Balham Empire. In present-day East and West Balham, ordinary citizens still used this language. Only those in the middle and upper echelons knew foreign languages like ancient Fasak, Ruan, and Intis. Klein felt that he was lucky. As ancient Balham was once a unified empire with a true god, although the various states had their own accents, they all used Duttonese. Similarly, the written language was the same. This saved him quite a bit of trouble. If I were to encounter dozens or hundreds of languages mixed together, that would be a headache. However, Duttonese and ancient Fasak aren't from the same system. I won't be able to master it as quickly as I can learn the various branches of the latter. Finding an interpreter is a must. Anderson seems to be very good at Duttonese. I've never heard him mention any communication difficulties in West Balham. After hearing Richardson's words, Klein suddenly understood why he was stumped. As a valet, he needed to follow his employer when they were out on errands, but a butler didn't. This also meant that a valet was a personal secretary, but to a certain extent, he played the role of a business secretary. Clearly, Richardson liked his life in Bakeland and everything there. He didn't wish to return to the southern continent, nor did he wish to see any scenery or incidents that would remind him of the past. Therefore, on the carriage, he had wanted to explain his specialty a few times, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He hoped that Don Dantes could find a more suitable candidate. Klein pondered for a moment and said, "I can tell that you don't like the southern continent. I can tell that you don't really like the southern continent. Why are you telling me this?" Richardson slowly lowered his head and looked at his toes. "You've given me the opportunity to gain experience and grow. I think I should be able to help. A very simple sense of gratitude. If you hadn't mentioned it, no one would have been able to confirm that you know Duttonese. After all, you were born and raised in a colonial manor in East Balham." Klein carefully looked at Richardson for a few seconds and silently smiled as he sighed inwardly. However, he didn't plan on letting this valet follow him to the southern continent. Firstly, it would make it inconvenient for him to do anything. Secondly, if he were to be recognized by someone familiar from the Nation Restoration Charismatic Order, it might affect the rest of his life. Klein smiled. "I have quite a number of friends over there. They know Dudenese and all sorts of customs. You have to stay in Bakeland. Every once in a while, help me deliver some gifts to some of my friends. When the time comes, I'll give you a list of names. Also, read more newspapers and take note of any valuable investment news. Do some field research and give me the corresponding report. I'll get Ma Tanaja to specially prepare a sum of money for these matters. Richardson was a little taken aback at first before he said in pleasant surprise, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will try my best." At that moment, he felt that he had been put in an important position as his vision turned blurry for some baffling reason. Ever since he was born, this was the first time he felt that the future was filled with hope. After sending Richardson away, Klein took a comfortable bath to ease his tense mind. Then, he put on his pajamas and returned to his bedroom. He took out a pen and paper and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of prying and concealment. On the full-body mirror's surface, ripples suddenly spread out as silver light formed Ruan text. "Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has come to answer your summons. Are you leaving Bakeland again?" Klein nodded. "Yes." Without waiting for Rhodes to indicate that he could raise a question, he directly said, "Can I still contact you in the southern continent?" "Of course. As long as you take out that magical transceiver." On the surface of the mirror, the silver words rapidly reorganized themselves. "However, you mustn't let it stay in reality for too long or use it too frequently. There are many bestowments from the mother tree of desire in the southern continent. She might be able to sense it through this." Klein nodded slightly and took the opportunity to ask, "What do you know about the mother tree of desire?" Rhodes suddenly fell silent. After a long while, the silver light on the mirror squirmed and formed a complete sentence. "I don't dare to say it, nor do I dare to show it. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket for July." Chapter 9-11. I went on a trip in June and there were 14 days of single chapters. In the end, Mysteries was still ranked first in the monthly votes and second in the best-selling list. I was both touched and ashamed. Everyone was too tolerant of my stubbornness and love. In the entire month of June, the highest 24-hour subscription count rose to more than 55,000. Even after the plot calmed down, it still remained at a little over 50,000. It kept going back and forth, up and down. Ever since Mysteries was published, the overall trend of subscription count had been increasing. Usually, it would be due to a large increase in the climax of the plot, followed by a small decrease. Then, it would fluctuate within a certain range, and the process would repeat itself. The plot of The Foggy Town and the structure of the scene were all content that I had envisioned for a long time. I was happy that everyone was satisfied. The ending of the fourth book was also a scene that had been present since the beginning of the book. I hoped that I would be able to vividly write the feeling of the undead, a gift or a curse. Perhaps I didn't even need to directly point out the theme. Just describing the scene would be enough. Of course, there were still many chapters before I could write. My biggest feeling of writing this month was exhaustion. When I was on a trip, I woke up at 7 in the morning and only returned to the hotel at 7 or 8 at night. I had time to write. Thankfully, I could take a nap in the car. Otherwise, I wouldn't be yawning every day, I wouldn't be able to write at all. However, going on a trip and relaxing did improve my mental tension and depression from staying at home for a long time. After I returned, there were a few chapters that I felt I had written to a high standard. Of course, I had also collected material. If I were to write about a foreign city in the future, I would write that the symbol of the brothel was a protruding stone on the door, symbolizing the reproductive organs. The prostitutes there were mostly plundered from war, so there was a language barrier. In order to call customers and greet the sailors who arrived at the port, they all imitated the call of a female wolf. The brothel was also called a wolf's den. This way, the atmosphere and texture of the entire foreign land would come out. This was all what I heard in Pompeii. There were only 3 or even 4 official guides who could speak Chinese. It sounded good, but it was a little expensive. It would be more worth it if there were more people because they all charged by the hour. Back to the topic of exhaustion. This wasn't only when I was traveling, but also after I returned. After the 4th book began, this became a common feeling. This was because the world of Arcana was growing larger and larger. I didn't want to just focus on the main character and run all the way to the end like I had done with Arcana and My First Life. I still hoped that the many interesting characters I had written before would be more developed, more lively, and more involved in the story. Not to mention, the life of a tycoon would be mostly filled with banquets, meetings, and conversations. Only with sufficient preparation and foreshadowing would the conflict and tension in the plot erupt. That was why changing the perspective, participating in the characters, and writing about daily life always made me feel exhausted. Apart from these reasons, this was also an unavoidable state after writing a book for more than a year. My procrastination was getting worse and worse, and I needed more time to focus. Every day, I would finish writing later and later, and my exhaustion would accumulate more and more. There were even 2 occasions where I didn't know when my alarm had been turned off, and I slept until noon and almost didn't update. From the looks of it, I could only bring up the matter I mentioned before and take a day off every week. This was my plan. I would take Sundays off myself, but I would split the 2 chapters one had on Saturday into Sundays. In other words, I would have a single chapter on both Sundays at 12:30 p.m. The rest of the time would be normal. This way, if there were any delays or requests for leave from work, I would make up for them. The first additional chapter for June would be placed at the climax of the plot in July. Alright, it was already July. With a proper attitude, I would ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. The chapter had already been updated in advance. There would be no more at noon, and the second chapter would be at 7 p.m. Also, I would like to ask for recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 9-12. I don't dare to say or show it. At least to a Rhodes, the mother tree of desire is definitely stronger than sequence 1 Zeridal. No, it's even stronger than the monster pathway's uniqueness, die of probability. There should be a way to bypass the restrictions and make a Rhodes reveal the corresponding information. For example, bringing its true body above the gray fog. How is that possible? Unless I'm already an angel and have completely grasped that mysterious space. Klein's eyes flickered, but he didn't pursue the matter. It's your turn to ask. The flow of silver light on the full-body mirror's surface suddenly became brisk. It formed new words. Great Master, do you have any other orders? Good question. Klein pondered for a moment. After I leave Bakeland, pay attention to the situation at Dr. Allen Series' home. Once his wife gives birth, remember to tell me when I summon you. After serious consideration, Klein believed that it was more appropriate to leave this matter to a Rhodes. After all, it was impossible for others to monitor Dr. Allen's residence 24 hours a day. And what Klein needed to do was change his residence every day at the end of the month and turn on the transceiver. All right, Master, the text on the mirror fully expressed a Rhodes's mood. I have a question. Klein nodded. This time, when a Rhodes highlighted the words, it was filled with pauses, giving people a strong sense of hesitation. Great Master, what is the relationship between you and that child? It seemed to be wondering why the supreme ruler of the spirit realm would pay so much attention to an unborn child. I've already explained that it's the unborn child from Dr. Allen Series' family, but a Rhodes still hasn't noticed that there's something wrong with Will Septon. When it comes to hiding their fate and uniqueness, a snake of Mercury is much better than other angels of the other sequences. However, the magic mirror can accurately give the time when Tail Devourer Ouroboros left Bakeland. Yes, it should be because Will Septon's reboot makes it very difficult for high-ranking Beyonders to discover the problem. This is also the reason why he can hide from the Angel of Fate. Klein replied in enlightenment, "That's right, friends. As for becoming Will Ossepton's godfather, it was only a passing thought." He wasn't confident, nor did he dare force it, afraid that he would anger the snake of fate. "We're only friends." Rhodes's words revealed a baffling sense of disappointment. "Great Master, you may ask your question." Klein thought for a moment. "Do you know who the person I saw at the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse is? If you're not sure who I'm talking about, I can draw it for you." In the dark and deep mirror, aqueous light floated, reflecting a man with a cold and hard appearance. He had a large beard, and his eyes were so deep blue that they were nearly black. He was none other than the demigod that Klein suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway. At the same time, the corresponding text description appeared below the photo. His name is Konas Kilgore. He's from MI9, and he's currently the deputy director of a major general. To the public, he's only a sequence 5 of the lawyer pathway, but he wields a powerful sealed artifact. MI9. Deputy Director of a Major General. From the looks of it, he's the spokesperson of the royal family's faction in the spy agency. Klein memorized the information given by the magic mirror, but he was momentarily at a loss as to how to investigate or where to begin. After all, the other party was a demigod. Be it spying, probing, attempting it himself, or entrusting it to someone else, it would easily arouse suspicion and result in retaliation. The only reliable line of thought he had was to do some preliminary information gathering through Miss Justice. Not only did this girl have a high status, but she also had sufficient connections to obtain the corresponding information. Furthermore, she was a sequence 6 of the spectator pathway. She could guide the topic without arousing suspicion and complete her observations without batting an eyelid. I have to say that although a spectator is weak in head-on combat, they're very strong in other aspects. Furthermore, with the powers of a psychiatrist and hypnotist, a spectator can also control and guide the battle to a certain extent. Klein felt wistful as he wondered if there was anything else he should ask Rhodes. At this moment, the light on the mirror's surface receded as the words reformed and formed a new sentence. "Great Master, do you wish to know who the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide is? He's even taking the initiative to provide me with information? As for this matter, I didn't actively participate in it because I've already stepped forward. I'm just waiting for the Nighthawks to come to an end. I don't think there's a need to ask." Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded slightly. "Yes." On the full-body mirror, a line of silver words appeared. Royal Family Consultant Vin Rambus, one of the counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council. Psychological Alchemy? Royal Family Consultant? Klein immediately frowned. This made it difficult for him to determine if the psychological alchemy was plotting something, or if a particular faction of the royal family was dissatisfied with the current political situation and was attempting to nudge it. The psychological alchemy isn't as focused on academics and historical site exploration as I previously understood. Do all secret organizations attempt to grasp power and influence the world when they reach a certain level? The need for an anchor? I wonder if Vin Rambis's scheme is a personal act or an organization's decision. If it's the former, it's relatively fine. But if it's the latter, the higher Miss Justice's position in the psychological alchemy, the easier it is for her to encounter difficult decisions. Klein's thoughts raced as he returned to the question-and-answer game. He deliberated and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" If it were anyone else asking such a question, Klein believed that Rhodes would definitely strike him with lightning or use other malicious means to tease him. However, he believed that the supreme ruler above the spirit world had the right to ask such a question. It could be considered an opportunity to test Rhodes's bottom line. On the full-body mirror's surface, the silver light warped and transformed into new words without any delay. "Great Master, as you expected, Amon has already arrived in Bakeland. As his avatar came, I was able to see it. What do you mean by as I expected? When did I ever expect it? Klein pricked up his brows. Got it. All right, that's it for now. If I encounter any problems in the future, I'll use that transceiver to summon you. Yes, master. Your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, is on standby. Goodbye. On the mirror's surface, a scribe waving his handkerchief appeared. Klein watched in silence until everything returned to normal. On the second day, which was Monday, he was already prepared to head to the southern continent. Apart from a suitcase that he had shown to others, which contained 2 sets of clothes, £500 in cash, and some miscellaneous clothes, the remaining £12,125 in cash and 87 gold coins were thrown above the grey fog. The reason why he was so careful was that Klein had a deep impression of his previous resurrection. If it wasn't for the hundreds of pounds Miss Justice had given him in his anonymous account, he didn't know how many days he would have spent on the street. Perhaps he could only find a circus to be a clown or borrow some money from a particular gang leader. Seeing that it was almost 3 in the morning, Klein entered the grey fog once again to prepare for this week's tarot. He had previously done a divination here, and received the conclusion that unless they were in the same building, Blasphemer Amon wouldn't be able to discover the commotion caused by the members of the tarot being pulled into the mysterious space above the grey fog. Before long, dark red beams of light shot up from the interior of the ancient and majestic palace, forming blurry figures. It was confirmed that she would be restarting her psychology classes this week, which also meant that she would be resuming her contact with psychological alchemy. In a good mood, Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table and stood up. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Opposite her, the hanging man also stood up and bowed, but he had another problem on his mind. He had originally promised the world, German Sparrow, that he would give him the mystical item made from the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic last week, but to his surprise, something had happened to the artisan, preventing him from delivering it in time. For this, Alger planned on explaining the reason to the world on the tarot before personally helping the artisan resolve the problem. After bowing and exchanging greetings, the hermit Catlia was just about to speak when she saw Mr. Fool tap the edge of the long mottled table twice. The dull sound made the members of the tarot tense up. They didn't know what Mr. Fool was going to say or what he would say. But it's definitely something major. Something that's worthy of Mr. Fool emphasizing at the beginning must be something major. Justice, Audrey judged in her heart. The Fool Klein surveyed the area and smiled. Amon has recently arrived in Bakeland. Avatar. Amon? Blasphemer Amon? Son, Derek suddenly had a not-so-pleasant memory come back to him. Be it Amon, who had parasitized the former exploration team captain and asked him if he was looking for him, or Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and wrapped around his spirit body like a snake, they were all nightmares that he couldn't get rid of. After all, as a resident of the City of Silver, Derek had seen quite a number of terrifying monsters. There were only a few that made him feel uneasy and afraid just thinking about them. Amon has gone to the Bakeland where Miss Justice and Miss Magicians live? What does he want to do? What should I do? Sun suddenly felt nervous for his companions. Amon, this ancient king of angels has also returned to the real world? Indeed, a great revolution is about to come or is in the midst of it. The tides of the times are surging. The hanging man Alger's pupils constricted as he recalled what Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings had once said to him. Catlia had similar thoughts as him. Due to the King of Angels' reappearance in the northern continent, she smelled the uneasiness as a phrase surfaced in her mind. The changing of an epoch. Amon. Angel of time Amon. An ancient king of angels. Audrey trembled and felt worried as she looked at the confused and terrified Furs and Mr. Moon. She couldn't help but look at the end of the long bronze table and ask, "What's the matter?" She couldn't help but look at the end of the long bronze table and ask, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to inform the Church of this matter? P.S. Please have a guaranteed monthly ticket. PS2. Toad has released a new book, Cleaving Through the Nine Firmaments with a Sword. He has returned to immortal fiction. As everyone knows, I like Toad's immortal fiction very much. I'll recommend it here. That kind of immortal aura is still very strong. Introduction. Before the whale swallows the sea, the sword aura is already unstoppable. The hero is still strong, the little sword immortal under the moon. This is a proper immortal fiction. Chapter 9:13. As for Miss Justice's problem, Klein had already considered it. After all, it was his habit to hand troublesome problems to official organizations that could resolve them. However, Leonard and Pallas Zoros's reactions made him notice something amiss. Leonard was a red glove of the Nighthawks. He could have easily fabricated an informant to hand the information of Amon's arrival in Bakeland to the Church of Evernight, allowing the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons to decide on countermeasures and take action. This way, he wouldn't expose his problems while also eliminating any latent problems. Yet, he chose to use the mission as an excuse to leave. If there wasn't a reason behind this, Klein wouldn't believe it even if he used his toes to think. He suspected that informing the Church of Amon's matter would result in an unpredictable and bad outcome. Therefore, the Marauder Pathway Angel in Leonard's body rejected this plan. And he was one of the existences who understood Amon's various Beyonder powers the best. When you don't know what to do, there's no doubt that you should imitate an experienced person. Although there's a layer of gray fog separating us, and if anything were to happen, it would only end with Miss Justice, there's no need to take the risk. There aren't many tarot members to begin with. Every one of them needs to be cherished. The fool Klein's thoughts flashed as he shook his head. He said in a calm tone with a slight smile, "Ignore him. Ignore him. Mr. Fool's attitude is like he's facing a wild dog. In his eyes, only a sequence 0 true god is worthy of being treated seriously?" That's right. The last time Sun was possessed by Amon's avatar, Mr. Fool easily completed the purification. As long as Amon doesn't appear in his true body, it wouldn't cause any major problems for him. The reason why Mr. Fool emphasized this matter at the beginning is likely to warn us to be careful. The hanging man Alger thought in awe and enlightenment. Audrey also understood the meaning behind, "It's just a trivial matter." She suddenly made some connections. Is Mr. World German Sparrow temporarily leaving Bakeland to avoid Angel of Time Amon? To Mr. Fool, although he is still recovering his status, level, and strength bit by bit, it's not too difficult to finish off Amon's avatar. Previously, Sun's encounter is proof. Did he get his bless to avoid Amon because he doesn't want to lure out the Angel of Time's true body? This will cause his secret revival plan to be destroyed? Yes. He just emphasized to warn us, worried that we might encounter Amon and make inappropriate reactions? Mr. Fool, Mr. himself, is to remind us that we might encounter Amon. At this moment, Emlyn finally finished digesting the matter of the King of Angels, blasphemer Amon's appearance in Bakeland. Although he had always been arrogant after many tarot gatherings, he knew what it meant to be a king of angels. It meant that he was second only to the sanguine ancestor, Lilith, and only second to the true gods who stood at the top of the sequences. He was the strongest person in the real world. What was going to happen to Bakeland? When that happens, there will definitely be dead, injured, or sick people everywhere outside. I'll have to be busy under Father's orders again. Emlyn recalled his life after the Great Smog as his expression revealed a hint of fear, afraid that something like that would happen again. Magician's Furs also felt that the problem wasn't trivial. This was because if Angel of Time Amon really wanted to do something, it was very likely that he would cause widespread destruction. It wasn't something she could avoid by hiding at home. She took a silent breath and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, why did Amon send his avatar to Bakeland? Klein deliberated over his words and looked around with a smile. Looking for you. Looking for us? This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck Magician's Furs and company awake as they felt their spines go numb. Right on the heels of that, Audrey connected this answer to ignore him. She felt that Mr. Fool was like a boundless ocean, while a mere blasphemer Amon's avatar was equivalent to a rock. Throwing it down would only cause a splash, but it wouldn't affect him. Although Amon's avatar is here to find us tarot members, Mr. Fool said to ignore him. There's no need to care about him at all. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart, which had been tense for a moment, relaxed again. Emlyn, Magician's Furs, and son Derek also sensed similar thoughts. They either leaned back in their chairs, exhaled without hiding it, or praised Mr. Fool inwardly. Katlia hadn't experienced the matter of Amon's avatar possessing the son Derek. She had only heard a little of it during the subsequent exchanges, so she didn't know much about it. She didn't have a deep impression of it. However, based on the level of a king of angels and Amon's search for the members of the Tarot Club, she felt a certain degree of worry. Why would a king of angels like Amon target tarot? He should have discovered our organization from the sun. What goal does he want to achieve, and what confidence does he have? He is targeting Mr. Fool? He can sense the abnormality related to this gray fog? But Mr. Fool said to ignore him. Does that mean that under normal circumstances, Amon wouldn't be able to tell who is a tarot member? Kings of angels have appeared one after another. Is the fifth epoch coming to an end? The hanging man Alger thought of something else after his tense state was relieved. Back when he informed the Church of the storm of the problem in Bansi Harbor, the excuse he used was that he had heard someone mention it in a tavern, and that person was described according to blasphemer Amon's image. Thankfully, even if the Church were to encounter Amon, with their style of doing things, it's impossible for them to verify or question him. And no matter how Amon behaves due to his identity, he will definitely be very suspicious in their eyes. He has to be suspected. Alger wasn't worried that he would be exposed because of such a small problem. He only felt that in the future, when involving high-level figures, especially angels and above, he had to be careful. He shouldn't use them as a shield. Hence, he warned himself inwardly. Although not every high-level figure could reach the level of any mention of it will be known, or possess similar powers, if he mentioned it too much, he might be pushed by fate to meet the corresponding person. After all, the higher one went, the deeper the connection with fate. Klein saw that the members of the Tarot, especially the three in Bakeland, were already wary of Amon's avatar. They had also lost their rash thoughts and didn't plan on doing anything to the blasphemer. Calming down, he leaned back slightly and leisurely looked at everyone, indicating that he would leave the next segment to them. Katlia put away her worries about the current era, the northern and southern continents, and the 5 seas as she looked at the end of the long bronze table. She looked at the end of the long bronze table and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 3 new diary pages this time." She clearly remembered that after the tarot gathering ended last Monday, she had immediately written to Queen Mystic about the meaning of the 2 Roselle articles. However, she only received a reply over the weekend. Inside were 3 new diary pages and a question that wasn't too long or short. Where does his soul and spirit belong? Is it on that island or deep in the cosmos? As Katlia repeatedly read this sentence, she seemed to sense that Queen Mystic's emotions had fluctuated when she wrote it. She wasn't as reserved as she usually was. With regards to this, she sighed silently based on her understanding of Queen Mystic Bernadette. In Queen Mystic's heart, Roselle the Great is really a knot that can't be untied. Is this the reason why she doesn't dare advance to sequence 2? Klein had no idea what Hermit was thinking. He nodded and gestured for her to conjure a new Roselle diary page. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin pages appeared in his palm. March 10th. Once again, I participated in the most ancient and most secret organization's gathering. After so many observations, I'm more and more puzzled about a question. What does it mean to conform to the trend of the times? Who sets the trend of the times? If it's really as they claim, when everything ends, the original creator will revive from the dead and awaken from his slumber, returning everything to himself, creating a new world and a new history, then there's no need for them to make the development of the times conform to the trend and expectations. Wouldn't it be faster to plan all sorts of schemes and instigate a war between the world, a war between angels, or even a war between deities? Wouldn't that allow them to achieve their goals faster? Or could it be said that the times themselves are a part of the original creator? Only when the times develop according to expectations can he draw power from it and revive. This isn't scientific. Of course, what I'm seeing and participating in isn't scientific at all. Actually, according to my thoughts, why would they want to revive a creator who stands above everyone else? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to go through the motions and enjoy themselves, being free and unrestrained? According to my observations, there are quite a number of members here who share similar views to mine. However, there are also some who are stubborn and inflexible, strictly adhering to their ideals. I'm not sure if they should be called idealists or fanatical cultists. What I can't see through the most is that mysterious leader. Old Mr. Hermes told me that this organization was first established by him, probably by him, and others who share the same beliefs and goals. However, he seldom expresses his thoughts. He never stops many members from using the organization to do their own things. Sometimes I even forget about his existence. He seems to enjoy sitting there and silently watching everyone talk. But on one matter, I've witnessed his authority. A high-sequence beyonder who went against what they called the trend of the times was pushed by him to become a target of elimination in just 30 seconds. And I believe that the poor fellow won't live to see this summer. Who is he? Some remnant ancient god from the second epoch? Roselle used 2 question marks at the end to express his strong doubt. This was a method he rarely used. Klein suspected that this had become the standard for Queen Mystic Bernadette to choose her diary. Chapter 9:14. The mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order likes to sit there and silently watch everyone converse. Once he wants to do something, he will quickly reach a consensus. This really matches the characteristics of the spectator pathway. I'm increasingly convinced that he is Amon's brother, another son of the creator, Adam. In the later stages of the Emperor's life, he will likely be able to make a similar judgment after learning quite a number of secrets from Mr. Dorr. As Klein compared the diary's description with his own understanding of the situation and guesses, he moved his gaze down to read the rest of the page. March 11th. The more I think about what happened yesterday, the more terrifying I find it. A demigod's fate was decided in just a few words. He didn't even have the chance to express his objections. And the composition of that ancient secret organization makes me believe that apart from dealing with the churches of the 7 Orthodox deities, there's nothing they can't do. Even overthrowing a country isn't impossible. I'm really glad that I was pulled into this organization. Otherwise, I might one day encounter a baffling assassination attempt that I can't resist, dying with everlasting regrets. This kind of organization that hides behind the scenes and secretly judges others, deciding the life and death of its target. Just the thought of it is unacceptable. Even though I'm one of them, I'm still a little apprehensive and horrified. This world is much more dangerous than Earth. Perhaps it's because one is born with higher spirituality. Perhaps it's because one has read an ancient manual. Perhaps it's because one is doing business on a normal ship. Perhaps it's because one has taken a fancy to a beautiful girl. Perhaps it's because one loves traveling and enters a particular castle. Perhaps it's because one is woken up by the sounds of fighting next door in the middle of the night. Perhaps it's because one has invented something meaningful. And this is one of the motivations for me to improve and work hard to advance so that I can control my own fate. I'll definitely succeed. I'm the protagonist of this era. Smile. March 12th. I feel that there's a need to take the initiative to seek out and gather information about the fourth epoch, third epoch, and even the second epoch. My experience of participating in that ancient secret organization tells me that there might be countless secrets hidden in it, the kind that will affect the direction of the current epoch. It's a pity that such information is so rare that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's either collected by the church or destroyed. I feel that it's very difficult to gain anything just by relying on my subordinate. The best way is to raise my sequence and obtain a higher position and greater authority within the church. From this diary page, it's obvious that the connection between the Emperor and Mr. Dor was established a long time after he joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Perhaps he was already a high-sequence beyonder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Mr. Dor's ravings. Compared to the Emperor, it's much easier for me to explore history. There's his diary in the fourth epoch, and there's the City of Silver in the second epoch. From time to time, I'll encounter evil spirits formed from the remnant souls of kings of angels. From the middle stages, the Emperor's Chunibu seems to have improved a lot. Klein flipped to the second diary page in a relaxed manner. May 18th. I've been having nightmares recently. I dream that I'm wearing silver-gray ancient armor and sitting on the edge of a cliff. In front of me is a surging black fog with no bottom to be seen. It's filled with depravity and evil. Just looking at it will affect me. In the end, while monitoring the abyss, pitch-black complicated patterns grew on my face. My skin became hard, and there was a viscous liquid flowing on the surface. My eyes completely lost their rationality. This is the reflection of the abyss. This is the reflection of the abyss I saw and attempted to enter last month. As the nightmares become more frequent, I realize that it's easier for me to have extreme thoughts. Usually, it's just the anger of a beating, but it might lead to thoughts of dismembering a target. Also, dark red lumps are growing on my back. My body temperature is gradually dropping. Has this been corroded by the abyss? I have to think of a way to confirm and resolve it. I can't find the church for the time being. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to reveal the existence of that primitive island and the abyss. Yes, I can find the priests and bishops of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. They should be better at purification. May 19th. Through my connections, I received a secret treatment. I felt a lot more relaxed, and all the abnormalities from before were improving. Amidst my joy, I was also thinking of a problem. I only explored the periphery of the abyss and didn't come into contact with any high-level devils. I even had some items on the Black King's throne to resist the corrosion, but I was unknowingly affected and showed signs of degeneration. The Beyonders of the criminal pathway have to make sacrifices to high-level devils from time to time, so the corrosion they suffer is definitely more serious. After a long period of accumulation, it's likely that there's no way to treat it. Similarly, high-sequence Beyonders, especially angels, should be able to actively influence low- and mid-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway. Furthermore, due to the difference in levels, there's a corresponding range restriction. Once I become a true god, I'll likely be able to communicate with the entire world and the entire spirit world without any obstructions. Thinking about it in depth, wouldn't I be affected by the god of craftsmanship? No, I should call it the god of steam and machinery to a certain extent? This is a little terrifying. It seems that only by becoming a demigod can I escape from it? Fortunately, since the fifth epoch, there haven't been any examples of true gods leaving the astral world and descending to the land. Compared to pathways without true gods, the problem isn't that serious. May 20th. After being dispirited for a period of time, I've returned to society. F*CK. The Those bastards privately mocked me for not going out recently because I had too much fun in the past, causing my body to become weak. Just because I always had nightmares and couldn't sleep well, resulting in more obvious dark circles under my eyes? I want to let them know what it means to be extraordinarily talented. I wonder what the influence of an angel on a low and mid-sequence beyonder of the same pathway will be like. The transmission of ravings over a long distance? Active attraction of characteristics? No matter where, as long as the other party recites their honorific name, there will be a response from godhood? When they meet, the direct erosion or deprivation of beyonder characteristics. If all of these are present, that would be equivalent to a lesser deity. It's no wonder angels are called subsidiary gods in the second epoch. Klein's thoughts raced as he flipped the piece of paper in his hand and began reading the last page of the diary. October 12th. Edwards came to tell me that one of his knights had chanced upon a strange chapel that might be related to the worship of faith before the fourth epoch. This piqued my interest, and I immediately rushed to this small city called Baimang. October 13th. Baimang is a small city built on a mountain. All the houses have protruding domes, making it look like they're wearing a white straw hat. It's very unique. Walking up the street and walking up several flights of stairs, I finally found the strange chapel. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary residence. There's nothing special about it until I walk in. There's only one priest here. He's a genial and reserved middle-aged man. He wears a simple white robe and has a pale golden beard that nearly covers the lower half of his face. He has a pair of light-colored eyes that are as clear as a child's. He claims that this is the Creator's temple. Any creature of any race, any believer of any deity, can enter. When I heard him mention this, I recalled a question I had previously. Apart from the 7 orthodox gods, the other faiths are viewed as pagans. It's impossible for them to build a chapel openly, except for the original Creator. However, no corresponding churches have ever been born. Even cathedrals are extremely rare. In front of the chapel, there's a simple shrine. There's a man carrying a cross inside. This should be the so-called statue of the Creator. I sat in the front pew and chatted with the priest. He told me many different stories. He said that when humans were just born, the ones who ruled the sky, land, and sea were all kinds of crazy and bloodthirsty monsters. They were the source of the later races of dragons, giants, elves, and so on. These monsters flaunted their desires and wreaked havoc everywhere. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for them to destroy the entire world. At that moment, the Creator awoke and took back the specialness and strength he had bestowed upon them to humans. After that, he fell into a deep slumber again and left behind a prophecy. When madness, cruelty, greed, indulgence, coldness, and bloodthirst once again flood the land, he will awaken and take back everything. As he spoke, the priest gripped the pendant of the cross on his chest and silently prayed. Such a myth is completely different from the ones in the Church's canon. There are many things worth pondering over. Interesting. October 15th. It's been a day since I returned to Trier. Only then did I realize that I hadn't asked for the priest's name. Forget it. There's still a chance in the future. My sixth sense as a man tells me that I'll definitely go to that chapel again. Isn't this an abridged version of the City of Silver's myth? The period from the end of the second epoch to the beginning of the third epoch. That priest seems to know quite a bit, or rather, the organization that has passed down the corresponding myths from generation to generation knows quite a bit. With a thought, the diary in Klein's hand vanished. Then, he looked up at Ma Hermit. Speak. Katlia immediately lowered her head. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know where Roselle the great soul and spirit belong. Is it on that island or deep in the cosmos? That island? The primitive island that caused Grimm's death and the Emperor's astonishment? From the looks of it, the Emperor placed great importance on that island in his later years. Even Queen Mystic Bernadette had noticed it, what does deep in the cosmos mean? Astral world? Or other planets? There are many aspects of the Emperor's performance that transcends the times, so his daughter suspects him of being an alien? Although this is a little ridiculous, it's very logical. After all, many studies have proven that this is a planet, and the Sun is a star. Beyond this is the boundless universe and countless star systems. How should I answer? I can't directly tell her about transmigration, but I can't not say anything either. Klein pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. Neither. Chapter 9:15. Neither. The hermit Catlia ruminated over Mr. Fool's answer, and suddenly didn't understand the true meaning of the question. She originally believed that the destination of Roselle the Great's mind and spirit would definitely involve philosophical or mysticism factors. For example, that island referred to the divine kingdom of the deity he believed in, and the depths of the cosmos implied the meaning of the astral world, symbolizing that Roselle the Great only believed in his superego, and his goal was to reach the divine throne. However, Mr. Fool indicated that it was neither. This also negated almost all possibilities, making it impossible for anyone to think of any other answer. Perhaps the Queen's question isn't what I understand, and Mr. Fool's answer points to another meaning. It doesn't matter if I can figure it out. I'm just a tool for them to communicate. Catlia sighed inwardly and bowed sincerely. Thank you for your answer. The other tarot members were even more at a loss when it came to this question and answer. Although they knew the antecedents and could understand the specific meaning of the mind and spirit's destination, they were completely unable to connect it to the island and the depths of the cosmos. Therefore, they had their own interpretations and guesses, but they felt that it was far from the correct answer. In the subconscious thoughts of Magician's Furs, that island might be the place where Roselle buried his most beloved woman. The depths of the cosmos meant that in his later years, the Emperor had cast his gaze to the so-called Sea of Stars. Audrey, on the other hand, believed that the island was an island of self-consciousness at the psychological level. The part above the sea was the conscious, and the part at the bottom of the sea was the subconscious. As for the starry sky, it referred to the spiritual sky and the astral world. Therefore, the corresponding question became whether Emperor Roselle believed in himself, deities, or pure nature. From this angle, the answer given by Mr. Fool was rather strange. It was as though he was saying that Roselle the Great didn't believe in anything, including himself. I seem to have misunderstood, but if that's the case, the Roselle the Great mentioned by Mr. Fool might seem contradictory, but he's actually hiding some deep secret. Or could it be that in his later years, he saw through life and considered the essence of the universe, the world, deities, and humans becoming a pessimist and nihilist? Audrey thought with interest, as if she was training her own ability. The hanging man Alger's thoughts were similar to Catlia's. After some consideration, Emlyn felt that he had no clue and decisively gave up on his speculation. Son Derek had no interest in Roselle the Great, but he didn't break the silence. He kept thinking about what he wanted to communicate with. Finally, the fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog, chuckled. You may begin. The hanging man Alger immediately looked at the world German sparrow at the end of the long bronze table. He deliberated over his words and said, Sorry, that mystical item of yours might have to wait a while longer. Without waiting for him to speak, he quickly gave an explanation. That artisan has strangely contracted an illness, and there are suspicious snoopers around, so there's a delay. I'll personally make a trip over to see if I can resolve his problem and allow him to recover as soon as possible. I'll strive to create the mystical item you need in 2 weeks. He spoke very sincerely and expressed his apologies and how much he valued the matter, but in his description, he had secretly pushed all the blame to the artisan. It was as though he was saying to the world, If you're really unhappy, I'll help you teach him a lesson. If that's not enough, I can even give you the exact address and get you to visit him personally. That artisan is in trouble. Mr. the Hanging Man still places a lot of importance on him. Yes, there are very few artisans who aren't official, or should I say, are willing to accept orders of unknown origins. I should try my best to protect this one. Klein pondered for a moment and made the fake world reply hoarsely. I agree to this delay, but there won't be a next time. He spoke calmly, but it left the Hanging Man, Alger, alarmed. He seemed to sense the killing intent in the world's German sparrow. Thank you for your understanding, he said with a composed expression. When Katlia, who was listening to their conversation, saw this, she looked at the Hanged Man and curled the corners of her mouth. She nudged her glasses and took the initiative to speak. She nudged her glasses and said, "If you can't resolve that problem, I can help." From her point of view, if the problem wasn't serious, she could even do it for free. After all, this meant that she could bypass the Hanging Man and directly establish contact with the artisan. How could Alger not understand the true intentions of the pirate admiral, the hermit? All he felt was that the other party was displaying a powerful aggressiveness that made him feel a certain degree of pressure. He paused and replied without batting an eyelid, "That's not the case." He paused and replied without batting an eyelid, "Then, I'll thank you for your kindness in advance on his behalf." On the one hand, he expressed his close relationship with the artisan, and on the other hand, he didn't directly reject it. He had left himself a way out. Compared to being troubled by German sparrow, sacrificing some benefits wasn't unacceptable. The hermit Katlia didn't harp on this matter as she turned to look at the world's German sparrow. "Are you satisfied with the intelligence on West Balham?" Last Thursday, she had already gathered and organized the intelligence on West Balham that German sparrow needed. With the help of the strange messenger, she had handed it over to him. She was filled with fear towards Mr. Fool. As long as she had any other means, she wasn't willing to disturb this existence. "It cost me £300. If it's not up to standard, I'll return it on the spot," Klein mumbled, making the world's German sparrow terse as an answer. Then, the fake person cast his gaze at Miss Magicians. Furs immediately felt uncomfortable, as though she was a mouse being stared at by a cat. She couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong again. Could it be that when I was communicating with Zio, he heard my description of Don Dante's, slander? Or is he displeased that I didn't refund him? Furs didn't think about how many days had passed since the bodyguard mission. She asked in a trembling voice, "What's wrong?" She asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. World, is something the matter?" The world's German sparrow nodded. "A commission. To obtain information on the spirit world's Calderon City from the House of Abraham. The most important thing is to locate it." Calderon City. Why is the world suddenly searching for this mysterious spirit world city? Mr. Fool's instructions? This is a new segment in his revival plan? The hermit Katlia had a certain level of understanding of Calderon City. At that moment she was somewhat surprised. The other tarot members, including Magician's Furs, weren't sure what city the world's German sparrow was looking for. All they could do was maintain their silence. Among them, Emlyn vaguely felt that he had heard of it somewhere, but he couldn't recall the exact details. 3 to 4 seconds later, the Magician's Furs forced a smile. "No problem. I'll help you ask. How much do you need?" The world's German sparrow asked calmly. £1,000. No, £500. No, I still have to deduct the bodyguard fee. The Magician's Furs's mind raced as she finally quoted a price. £350. That's very cheap. Apart from the spirit world's 7 lights, only the House of Abraham has detailed information on Calderon City. To Miss Magicians, it's just asking about teacher. It's indeed simple and convenient. It's no wonder the price isn't high. Klein was first surprised before coming to a realization. He made the world nod gently. Deal. Having witnessed this transaction, Audrey noticed something interesting. Miss Magicians seems to be very afraid of Mr. World. She's so afraid that it's a reflex. She had previously met Don Dantes, but she didn't know that he was German Sparrow. Furthermore, she had discovered something terrifying? I'll arrange for her and Zio to meet at Glaine's place this week. I'll see if I can get anything out of them. Audrey nodded indiscernibly in thought. At that moment, seeing that the world had nothing else to do, Emlyn anxiously turned his head to look at the sun. Do you have the sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic? I haven't accumulated enough merit points. Derek didn't feel ashamed this time. Instead, he felt that Mr. Moon was being too anxious. How could it be so easy to earn enough merit points for a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic? Emlyn turned his head back unhappily and suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly said to Miss Magicians, "There are clues to the ancient wraith's cursed item and remnant spirituality. There are clues about the ancient vengeful spirit's cursed object and remnant spirituality. I'm waiting for the details. This might not be to directly give you the item, but to provide you with information. It'll tell you where there are ancient wraiths around Bakeland." Having said that, Emlyn thought for a moment. £300. That also means that I need to hunt that ancient wraith myself? In all sorts of mysticism rumors, this is a rather powerful monster. After hearing Mr. Moon's words, Furza's first reaction was to be placed in a difficult position. Her second reaction was to entrust the hunting mission to Mr. World. He would definitely be able to complete it quickly and smoothly. However, when she thought of how the cost of hiring Mr. World would definitely exceed the ancient wraith's value, she felt that it was better to give it a try herself. Once Zio becomes an interrogator, the two of us will likely have a higher chance. Besides, I still have Lamino's Travels. In it, I have the demigod-level tornado and angel's embrace, as well as many strange Beyonder powers. Beneath high-sequence Beyonders, they're almost divine artifacts. I don't have much actual combat experience. Most of the time, I'm only escaping. This can be considered an opportunity. Magician's Furs quickly made up her mind. She said to Emlyn, "Deal." After confirming other matters, the transaction segment came to an end. Klein made German Sparrow, the world, look around before Mr. the Hanging Man did. I've done a preliminary investigation of Quarren's suicide in Bakeland. P.S. Seeking monthly votes, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 9:16. The person who was most interested in Quarren's suicide was none other than Justice Audrey. However, she had long noticed that Magician's Furs was curious about this matter. Hence, she didn't ask anything and maintained her sitting posture, patiently waiting for the best-selling author to speak. In just a second or two, Furs looked at the edge of the table in front of the World German Sparrow and said after some deliberation, "That's not the case." She deliberated and said, "What's the truth?" Klein had already rehearsed how to describe it in his mind. Without any hesitation, he made the world say, "The mastermind behind this is very likely the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambus." The mastermind might very well be the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambus. He likely has another identity, a counselor of the psychology alchemist. When she heard the first half of the sentence, the image of a genial elder naturally surfaced in Audrey's mind. This gentleman was from a noble family and had graduated from the University of Perth. He had profound knowledge and outstanding views, and he had been a consultant to the royal family for more than 10 years. He was widely recognized as a scholar, a good man, and a gentleman. Audrey had previously suspected that Quarren's suicide might have been a result of the royal family's influence, but she never expected that the mastermind would be the gentle, kind, and humorous Vin Rambus. When the World German Sparrow revealed the gentleman's other identity, she could no longer contain her shock and surprise. Vin Rambus is a Beyonder? A counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board? This also means that he might be a demigod. I've seen him many times, but I've never thought that he would be related to the mysterious world. I've always believed that he was a pure scholar, a scholar with broad horizons, and if Mr. World's investigations weren't misguided, It's really hard for me to imagine that Vin Rambus, who is known to be willing to help others, would be so indifferent to a life. He would coldly cause a child to lose his father, a wife to lose her husband, and parents to lose their son. He usually acts so cultured and loving. Politics is dirtier than I imagined. Same goes for the royal family. Speaking of which, I've never met a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board, nor have I come into contact with their upper echelons. I never expected that this secret organization isn't much different from cults like the Aurora Order or the Charismatic Order. It's still better for us, Tarot. Mr. Fool is always stopping or destroying the plans of evil gods and devils. As Audrey's thoughts raced, the hanging man Alger acutely caught the scent of gunpowder hidden in Bakeland's politics. He felt that the various factions were entangled, and there were many secrets mixed together, forming a huge barrel of dynamite that could explode at any moment. The nobles, the royal family, the Church of the Storm, the Church of Evernight, the Church of Steam, the newly rich, the commoners on the edge of a cliff, the lowest class living miserable lives. The change of the times is so obvious that I actually didn't realize it clearly before. I simply believed from the Zillings's words and the evidence he provided that an era in which the old gods are gone and new gods are emerging. The tides of history are surging and irreversible. Amidst Alger's silent sigh, he seemed to see the towering Gothic bell tower and the bell of order hanging on it. And around this famous object, air currents formed and the light dimmed, as though a storm was brewing. In a daze, Alger suddenly had another thought. The ones emerging might not be new gods. Perhaps there are ancient gods that have returned from an even more distant era. He instinctively glanced at the end of the long bronze table before quickly retracting his gaze. His heart was in turmoil, and he found it difficult to calm down. At this moment, he inexplicably felt that his previous ambitions and goals were too small. He only wanted to become the Archbishop of the Church of the Storm and become a saint. He wanted to have the right to speak in the entire world and secretly direct many things. Since the old gods are gone and new gods are emerging, and Mr. Fool is returning to his throne in the astral world, why can't I consider becoming an angel? Only at this level can I complete a qualitative change in my life form and live for a long time. Only then can I stand above all living beings and lead a large organization, controlling the power at the level of the world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the hanging man Alger trembled in a way that others couldn't detect. His heart spewed out excitement. Catlia made the connection to Queen Mystic's whereabouts in the past 2 months. She felt that she had spent most of her time in Bakeland. Is there really something that's going to happen in Bakeland? When I write this letter, I can try asking and see what the Queen will answer. Catlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge and glanced at Miss Justice and the other members of Bakeland. Magician's Furs knew some of the details of Quarren's suicide. She knew that the victim had acted on his own the entire time and wasn't controlled. She also knew that the witnesses firmly believed that all of this was caused by Don Dantes. The comparison between this and the actual situation made her feel a strong fear towards the counselor of the psychology alchemist. She didn't want to one day discover that her thoughts and preferences were instilled into her by someone else. How is this different from a puppet? Mid- and high-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway are truly terrifying. However, this is good writing material. In the field of psychology, there's hypnosis to begin with. In my next book, I want to write about a sick female lead who falls in love with a gentleman and uses hypnosis to make him fall in love with her. At the end, she realizes that the gentleman is a master hypnotist. Furs opened her mouth before closing it again. She didn't ask anything about Vin Rambus because she didn't know this royal family consultant. The main reason why Klein shared the matter regarding Vin Rambus was to remind Miss Justice to be careful and wary of this psychological alchemy counselor. At that moment, seeing that his goal had been accomplished, he said, "There's one more thing. Help me keep an eye on Conas Kilgore." He's the deputy director of MI9. On the surface, he's only a sequence 5, but in fact, he's a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. He has rather strong spiritual perception and is very sensitive to the gazes of others. Kona's Kilgore. Audrey repeated the name inwardly and realized that she didn't have any impression of this gentleman. Either I don't have much interaction with his social circle, and even if I happen to bump into him, I'll only nod and not ask who he is, or he keeps a very low profile and doesn't often attend such gatherings. If there's a chance, I'll ask Kantz. He's from MI9, so he definitely knows this superior. Audrey wasn't too surprised that Kona's claimed to be a sequence 5, but in fact, he was a demigod. From her point of view, it was common for intelligence agencies to have such situations. The hanging man Alger and Katlia had more or less heard of Kona's Kilgore, a high-ranking member of MI9, but they lacked a deeper understanding of him. At that moment, all they could do was update the information in their minds, reminding themselves to be especially careful when encountering matters related to him in the future. Seeing that Mr. World had nothing to share, Sun didn't wait for Mr. the Hanging Man to ask. He took the initiative to say, "I've made a new friend." He paused for a moment before getting to the main point. The area he patrols includes the former chief's mausoleum. He told me that the 6-member council hasn't opened the door that leads underground. However, in the cracks in the outer layer of the mausoleum, there are dense and strange plants growing out. They look like human hair. The 6-member council has 3 demigods. Even if some of them are out exploring and aren't in the City of Silver, the other 3 are likely to wield a powerful sealed artifact or graze evil spirit. They have strength close to that of a demigod. They've worked together for so many days, but they haven't managed to open the former chief's mausoleum. This means that there's a huge problem. Also, what's the reason for the plants that look like human hair? Questions surfaced in Klein's mind as he waited for Mr. the Hanging Man to ask Little Sunday. He knew that the other party would definitely ask. After listening quietly, the Hanging Man Alger frowned slightly before relaxing his brows. He deliberated and said, "Apart from this, are there any other abnormalities?" He deliberated and said, "Is the person in charge of opening the mausoleum that shepherd Elder Lovia? It's not only her. The chief is there as well, as are the other 2 elders," Sun replied seriously. "There's nothing abnormal about the rest for the time being." Alger nodded and said, "Very good. Maintain this state and establish contact with more people. Pay close attention to the changes in the mausoleum." Having been praised, Derek hurriedly nodded. After exchanging some other matters, the gathering naturally turned into a learning session. Magician's Furs originally wanted to ask what the pharaoh mummy could be used for, but after glancing at the world German sparrow, she shut her mouth. After the gathering ended, Klein, who had returned to the real world, turned on the tap, washed his face and palms, and patiently waited for night to fall. When the time came, he would take a military airship to Desi Bay. Southern continent, Barents Harbor. As the Golden Dream was cruising south of the Fog Sea, it didn't take Donnas a few days to arrive at the northernmost port of West Balam. He wore a dark-colored cloak and carried a suitcase. He wore the sun brooch on the inside of his clothes, and he carried an iron-black boxing glove. He was sweating profusely as he walked along the docks road. He felt like he was armed to the teeth, and he was much stronger than before. After leaving the dock, Donnas looked around and reached out to stop a carriage. The carriage driver looked at him and spat out a series of words, %@, and asterisk. What is he saying? Donnas looked at him blankly. After a few seconds, he recalled something. He didn't understand the local Dutanese at all, and back when he came to West Balam, he didn't need to worry about not being able to understand because of his captain, a linguistic expert, leading him. Chapter 9:17. Donnas opened his mouth and subconsciously spat out a word in Intis. Hotel. The air seemed to instantly freeze. Donnas looked at the carriage driver's dark brown skin, coarse and messy black hair, relatively soft facial features, and the same blank expression. He silently exhaled, resigned to his bad luck, carried his luggage, and walked to the other end of the street. **T. I actually encountered a carriage driver who doesn't know Intis. Shouldn't he know a few words from the northern continent if he's ferrying passengers near the dock? There are so many Intis, Rouen, and Faysation people coming and going here." As Danas mumbled, he looked ahead, searching for passers-by who looked like they came from the northern continent or had the corresponding bloodline. He could then successfully check into the hotel and fill his stomach. According to what he knew, there were quite a number of Intis immigrants in Barons Harbor. There were also some Rouen, Faysation, and Fainapotter people. As long as he encountered one or two, communication wouldn't be a problem. However, Danas felt that all of this was under the premise that he didn't faint from heatstroke during his search. This **T weather. He looked up at the blue sky, the white clouds, and the not-so-blazing sun. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and cursed with a slightly warped expression. Despite cursing, Danas knew very well that the temperature in the southern continent was moderate in this season, even a little on the low side. The reason why he was feeling so hot was because he was wearing the sun brooch. However, having just arrived here, he didn't dare take off the brooch and stuff it into his luggage. If he were to accidentally lose this item, he could imagine the cold and crazy look in German Sparrow's eyes. A few people from the northern continent, any country would do. "I'm a great pirate who knows many languages," Danas kept muttering as his mind was filled with iced beer and the icebergs floating in the ocean. As he muttered, he suddenly raised his hand to rub his eyes. He finally saw a fellow who was clearly of northern continent descent. Moreover, it seemed like it was someone he knew. Diagonally in front of Danitz, at the end of the street illuminated by the warm sunlight, a young man with short blonde hair was leaning against the wall, playing a silver harmonica. He had a pair of green eyes, and he wore a white shirt with the top two buttons unbuttoned, a completely open black vest, and dark-colored trousers. He wore a lone black glove. He was none other than the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson Hood. What a coincidence! This fellow actually came to West Balham. Danas was delighted, feeling as though he had finally found a piece of driftwood in a sea of people. Without the time to recall Anderson's performance on the Golden Dream, he went over and greeted him with the standard tone of a hunter. "What? You can't continue being a treasure hunter anymore, so you've started performing on the streets?" He noticed that there was an upside-down hat in front of Anderson. There were 20 to 30 brass coins inside, a small number of which belonged to the Intis cop, and most of which belonged to the local trace. Trace meant copper in Intis language. Anderson stopped playing and shot a glance at Danas. "That's not my hat. I happened to be passing by and saw a hat on the ground without anyone noticing. I felt a little wistful, so I took out the harmonica and played it. To my surprise, quite a number of people were listening and threw some money into it. A boorish pirate like you probably doesn't understand the charm of music. It has no boundaries. Let me tell you, your captain especially likes it. Stop." Donna's forehead pricked up as he stopped Anderson's stray words and asked, "Why are you here?" Anderson held the harmonica in his hand and thought about it seriously. "That's a good question. I don't know how I ended up in West Balham either. I can't remember what happened in the past 2 months." Donnas originally wanted to tell him to stop joking, but Anderson's serious expression made him believe him. He deliberated and asked, "You can't remember anything?" Anderson put away the silver harmonica and bent down to pick up the hat that had quite a number of coins on it. He flicked the dust and said, "My last memory is that I was in Byam. After I parted ways with German Sparrow, I seemed to be going to a prearranged place to meet someone. But when I woke up, I was in West Balham. Haha, don't worry about such things. It's good that I'm still alive. Ah, it's almost noon. Let's go find a place to eat." I heard that Baron's pork knuckles are especially famous. As he spoke, Anderson placed the hat and the coins inside beside the homeless man next door. Danitz was hot, hungry, and tired. When he heard that, he perked up. Upon hearing that, he said with a jolt, "You know Dutanese?" Anderson immediately scoffed. "Haven't you heard of the many adventures a treasure hunter like me has in West Balham?" "That's right. I was planning on asking you about West Balham. The situation here is chaotic and dangerous. If I could pull Anderson along, it would definitely be a lot safer. Furthermore, I would have an interpreter. I can't say that I hired him. I can't afford to pay him." Donna smiled. "Then I'm relieved. Let's go." He carried his luggage and went around to the side of the street with Anderson. They found a nearby restaurant and went in. Hearing the waiters babbling in the indigenous language and seeing the menu filled with unknown words, Donna's felt a headache coming on. "Come and see." As he spoke, he passed the menu to the Fog Sea's strongest hunter. Anderson didn't extend his hand and replied with a calm expression, "I don't understand either." "Didn't you say you know Dutanese?" Donna's blurted out in surprise. Anderson spread his hands. "I never said that. Does coming to West Balham in search of treasure have anything to do with knowing Dutanese? You don't know Dutanese, so how can you understand the words in the ancient temples and castles? How are we going to find the treasure?" Donna's expression became a little twisted again, and he couldn't help but speak faster. Anderson picked up the cup that the waiter had just set up and gulped down the water. "A problem that can be solved with a dictionary isn't considered a problem. Besides, can't I communicate with people from the southern continent just because I don't know Dutanese?" With that said, he turned to look at the waiter and said in Intis, "2 specialty pork knuckles." The waiter wore a blank look as he kept pointing at the menu. Anderson wasn't flustered at all. He calmly pressed his right hand to his nose and mimicked a pig's snort. The waiter was first taken aback before he revealed a look of enlightenment. Then, Anderson pointed at his knuckles and the Baron's icon on the menu, using his finger to gesture the number 2. %yen hashtag. The waiter spoke in accented Dutanese as he nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. As for Donna's, he was dumbfounded by the side. The waiter was first taken aback before he revealed a look of enlightenment. Then, Anderson pointed at his knuckles and the Baron's icon on the menu, using his finger to gesture the number 2. Anderson gestured with a few simple Dutanese words before finally completing his order. He turned to smile at Donna's. "Do you understand? In this world, the real universal language is body language." Donna's watched in a daze as the corners of his mouth twitched in response. The carriage drove out of Westboro and headed south at a fork in the road. Soon, it arrived at a military base. With Colonel Calvin's letter and a lieutenant leading the way, Klein successfully entered and arrived at a square paved with rammed earth. Parked there was a behemoth that was a combination of dark blue and pure white. The airship was dozens of meters long, and a sturdy and light alloy skeleton extended out from its body. It spread out and intersected with each other, supporting an airtight and waterproof cloth with an airbag. Below it were machine gun muzzles, projectile ports, and cannon ports. At this moment, the high-combustion steam engine had yet to hum, and the corresponding propellers had yet to spin. Everything appeared extremely silent. Klein handed his documents and identification to the officer standing guard by the gangway. After receiving permission, he carried his suitcase and boarded the airship. It was like a ship's cabin, divided into 3 levels. The top level had complicated machinery and a warehouse for storing goods. In the middle was a hall where buffets and dances could be held. Around the hall and on both sides of the passageway that led to the upper and lower levels were lounges. As for the lowest level, it was a machine gun room, ammunition room, cannons, and rooms for the soldiers. Passing by the guards with rifles, Klein followed the officer's instructions and found the corresponding lounge. He placed his luggage beside a sofa-like chair. Then, He picked up a glass of water on the table, walked to the window, and looked out at the scenery. Frankly speaking, although he knew a little about everything, he only knew a little. Therefore, he didn't understand the design principles of this latest model of airship. He didn't know how high it could fly or how much turbulence it would experience in midair. This made him a little uneasy. Before he set off, he had done a divination above the gray fog and received a revelation that he could arrive at his destination relatively smoothly. There seems to be a seatbelt. This world has been in the airship industry for many years, and it's relatively experienced in all aspects. Klein was just about to retract his gaze from the outside and admire the decorations in the room and the candlelight behind the hard glass cover when he suddenly saw a group of people approaching the airship numbered 1345. There were men and women, and they were basically wearing thin black windbreakers and red gloves. They carried suitcases of different sizes. Only one of them was wearing a mysterious spiritualist robe. She wore blue eyeshadow and blush. It was none other than Daly Simone. And behind this lady was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Without anyone noticing, Leonard's footsteps suddenly slowed down. Following that, he raised his head and looked at the second level of the airship. His eyes reflected Don Dante's, who had white sideburns and deep blue eyes. He was wearing a formal suit and a bow tie. This gentleman stood behind a window and revealed a genial smile as he raised the cup in his hand. Chapter 9:18. Leonard's expression froze for a moment before he returned to normal. He had already recalled that Don Dantes was working with the military, preparing to sell a batch of guns and cannons to West Balham. Therefore, although this gentleman's appearance on a military airship was surprising, it didn't seem out of place. The only problem was, he was heading to West Balham so soon? Amon's arrival had also given him a certain level of pressure? With a thought, Leonard turned his gaze level. Then, together with his teammates, they walked up the gangway to the second floor and entered a large lounge that belonged to them. Not long after the Red Gloves found their seats and sat down, a deep rumble, the whirring of the blades, and all kinds of scraping sounds sounded, causing the floor and walls to tremble slightly. The tremors gradually intensified and turned into a rocking motion. The airship rose up while swaying. Bit by bit it stabilized. Klein had already sat down and buckled his seatbelt. He looked around curiously, experiencing the feeling of flying that was different from the past. The takeoff wasn't very stable, and the altitude was rather low. But without encountering a hurricane, the turbulence was still fine. I wonder how it's done. Klein looked diagonally at the window in front of him. He had no intention of unbuckling his seatbelt or walking around. This wasn't a fear of heights, although he was a little afraid. He was temporarily wearing creeping hunger, allowing him to fly short distances and directly teleport, so he wasn't that afraid. He was only seriously acting as a Desi tycoon who was riding an airship for the first time. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly tapped his molars and quickly activated his spirit vision. He then saw the colors around him intensify as they stacked together. He saw white bones spewing out from the ground like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton's eye sockets burned with pitch-black flames as it held a folded letter in its dangling hand. Mr. Aztec's messenger. He has finally recovered from his transformed state? Klein was pleasantly surprised as he stood up to receive the letter. But only when he felt the obstruction in his abdomen did he remember that he was buckling his seatbelt. When he reached out to undo it, the skeleton messenger crouched down and stuffed the paper into his palm. Klein was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the black flames burning in the other's eye socket. He nodded slightly as a form of greeting. He could understand why the messenger didn't appear on the next level, only allowing the top half to penetrate the ground. This was because this was a military airship. Apart from the Red Gloves from before, there was a high chance that there were other Beyonders. They also had spiritual perception and a certain level of spirit vision, allowing them to barely sense the messenger's existence. However, I don't think it's polite to deliver a letter while squatting. I'd rather do what I did in the past. Klein muttered as he watched the messenger disintegrate into illusory bones that fell to the ground like a waterfall. In the large lounge, Daily Simone, who still liked to call herself a shaman, suddenly turned her head and looked at another room across the hall. She furrowed her brows slightly and narrowed her eyes. Daly retracted her gaze and said to the low-ranking officer, who was serving as a waiter in the corner of the lounge, "Give me a cocktail, black rand and champagne, half and half. This formula is very strange, ma'am." As the officer unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the wine cabinet welded to the ground, he attempted to give a suggestion. Daly, who was wearing blue eyeshadow and blush, smiled. "I like to taste unique things." Having said that, she changed the topic and asked casually, "Apart from you and us, there seems to be someone else on this airship?" As the officer opened the wine cabinet, he replied, "Yes. A merchant. I think his name is Don Dantes. He has some cooperation with the Department of Defense." Don Dantes. Daly was taken aback as her eyes darted around. What kind of cooperation? To her right, Leonard Mitchell subconsciously adjusted his sitting posture. He switched from placing his right foot on his left leg to placing his left foot on his right leg. "I'm not sure," the officer replied with a shake of his head. "It seems to be using that gentleman's experience in the southern continent." Southern continent. Daly repeated the term in thought and didn't ask further. In the small lounge opposite, Klein had already unfolded the letter and was reading it seriously. It was indeed from Aztec Eggers. He indicated that his previous experience had allowed him to recover more of his memories. He had no choice but to sleep to digest and recover, so he wasn't able to reply in time. Klein truly relaxed as he shifted his gaze to the content at the back in a good mood. Aztec's description of the spirit world plunderer was, "This is a rather cunning and rare creature. It's very good at disguising itself, and it's not easy to find. One thing that can be used is that it's very aggressive. However, it's also very dangerous. Even if one has strength close to sequence 4, one has to be sufficiently careful. Otherwise, one might accidentally become its sole avatar. Its specific characteristics are... I'm not too sure, or perhaps I haven't recalled the areas where spirit world plunderers frequent. I suggest you pray to Red Light Ire Moria. He is very friendly to humans and is willing to answer similar questions. He also wields the corresponding authority. The key to the ritual is the correct honorific name and symbol. When you have clues to the spirit world plunderer, you can wait for a while. I might be able to provide some help. How can I do that?" Klein raised his right hand and pinched the sides of his mouth. He then flipped the paper and looked at the last page. "Similarly, I'll help you seal that glove again. It's not that I don't want to teach you the sealing method, but you probably won't be able to complete it. This requires the power of the underworld. At the very least, you need an undying to do it. All right, I should be free soon. I remember you talking about the Death God's ring. Mr. Aztec doesn't seem to have changed much. At least, I can't tell from the letter." Klein slowly exhaled. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited the paper in his hand, reducing it to ashes that fell into the dustbin welded to the ground. Although Aztec wasn't aware of the places where spirit world plunderers frequented, he could roughly determine that this descendant of death similarly didn't remember Calderon City. He could also vaguely guess that the mysterious spirit world city likely had nothing to do with the underworld. Otherwise, Mr. Aztec, who had long recovered his connection with the underworld, would have recalled certain details. However, he still planned on asking about Calderon City in his reply. No matter what, one should always have hope. Also, I should inform Mr. Aztec that I've arrived in the southern continent. Klein seriously considered how he should reply to him. However, he didn't immediately take action, afraid that summoning the messenger would trigger the spiritual perception of the other Beyonders on the airship. As his eyes darted around, Klein looked out the window once again. He saw that the sky outside was dark and silent. Looking at the dark sky where the crimson moon was obscured by the clouds, Admiral of Stars Katlia retracted her gaze, raised her pen, and deliberated over her words. The answer to that question is that neither of the choices is right. She was a little puzzled at first. Why didn't the Queen directly ask what home referred to? Instead, she added two guesses. Wouldn't this easily result in the question not receiving an effective answer? Later, after some thought, she believed that the Queen was indeed more thoughtful than she was. As she was facing a secret existence suspected to be an ancient god, and as the number of diary pages she had provided added up to about 20 pages, with the corresponding answer being exchanged every time, just 3 diary pages, even if they were of high value, were unable to match the critical question of Roselle the Great's mind and spiritual home. The secret hidden within might be more important than a card of blasphemy. And Queen Mystic seems to be very persistent about this question. She isn't willing to switch to anything else. Therefore, she deliberately added 2 options, hoping to get an answer that could be eliminated or confirmed. In contrast, this lowers the value of the question. It happens to be in line with the principle of equivalent exchange. As Katlia's thoughts wandered, she recalled certain matters from the past. Back then, she was still young and was receiving instruction in various aspects. Queen Mystic would occasionally test her and tell her that during the process of answering, there were 3 opportunities to lower the difficulty. The first was to request to eliminate a wrong option, the second was to seek help from a designated person on the ship, and the third was to pray to one of the 7 lights in the spirit world to obtain the answer. Of course, the prerequisite was that she could complete the ritual herself. Clearly, Queen Mystic had chosen the first method to lower the difficulty. Did Queen Mystic have a similar experience when she was young? After eliminating the 2 wrong options, it's unknown how far she's from the correct answer. Katlia's expression unconsciously softened as she wrote, "According to the intelligence I've received, there's a storm brewing in Bakeland. I hope you're well." She didn't directly mention the deputy director of MI9 and the royal family's consultant. After all, this was information shared on the tarot. It wasn't like her own question, which had Mr. Fool's tacit approval, allowing her to directly inform Queen Mystic. After folding the letter, Katlia summoned Queen Mystic Bernadette's messenger. Baron's Harbor. Night had just fallen. Donnes and Anderson found a hotel run by Intis immigrants and experienced the convenience of language communication. After putting down his luggage, Donnes, who was wearing a cloak and boxing gloves, immediately went out and headed for the staircase. Anderson leaned against the opposite door and asked in amusement, "Is there anything else? Is there anything else?" Donnes immediately scoffed. "To buy a dictionary. This is much more reliable than your body language. In a few days I might be able to grasp a few commonly used words." Anderson stroked his chin with his black-gloved left hand. "Your boxing glove was left behind by that giant, right? What are the negative effects?" Donnes blurted out, becoming rash in action. "My actions have become reckless. I always act first before thinking about problems." As he spoke, he fell silent. Chapter 9:19. Frankly speaking, I was a little surprised to see the evaluation of tarot. I had thought that there would be people who would say that tarot had become repetitive and not interesting enough, but I didn't expect so many people to say it so vehemently. I had summarized the problem of tarot a long time ago, probably at the end of Book 2 and at the end of Book 3. Why not? Firstly, because it would cause time to be divided into small units of weeks, and the development of events would be fragmented, fixed, and programmed. Secondly, as an organization with weak members and a lack of cooperation, it would be an organization that could only hide on the surface. The communication between members would not be close enough, and the information that could be exchanged would gradually become insufficient. With Klein as the main body, unless most of the members' stories and experiences were turned into side stories within a week, instead of rotating them daily. But I believe I don't need to say more about what kind of reading experience this would create. Thirdly, as a conference with deities, any comical or funny things on the surface could be vetoed with a single vote. It wouldn't be considered. Tarot didn't in the past, doesn't in the present, and won't in the future. Therefore, interesting points and reactions could only be concentrated in the mind. When the information content was insufficient, the program became more and more fixed, and there were no new members joining. Repetition and a certain degree of tedium were unavoidable. But wasn't this the normal state of a conference? Laugh, if there was no communication in the mind, and it was all simple questions and answers and body movements, trust me, the conference would be 100 times more boring. That was why I had always said that most of the time I would skip over tarot and would omit it. That was the reason. Then why should I write? When the information involves the growth of the members' mentality, changes in their thinking, and the shaping of their personalities, I had to write. If I added it after encountering a corresponding situation, it would definitely seem abrupt and not gentle enough, and the readers would be mentally unprepared. Actually, when I wrote the terms island and the depths of the stars, I was very satisfied and felt that it was very interesting. This was because it wasn't just from the perspective of personality, it also involved different experiences, knowledge, and emotional inclinations. It was very interesting. Furthermore, when a normal person knew that this was an important issue involving Roselle the Great and heard the corresponding content, how could they not try to understand and guess? It would be abnormal if they didn't do it. Derek was abnormal because he couldn't understand how important Roselle the Great was to outsiders. Also, starting from the tarot a long time ago, other than the most important information, I would try my best to only write 1 or 2 details at a time. At most, I would write 3 details at a time. I would skim over the rest. But no matter what, I still had to skim over it. Otherwise, the characters would fade away. As for whether or not their imaginations were exaggerated, the magicians were afraid because they had met Don Dantes and talked bad about him behind his back. Furthermore, when they were working together, the German sparrow had displayed his cleverness and craziness, so it was inevitable that they were afraid. In addition, they weren't sure what kind of hidden dangers the pharaoh mummy represented. Wasn't it normal for them to be curious about its use? The reason why they didn't ask later wasn't because they thought it was gossip. It was simply because they didn't want to pry into other people's secrets. Yeah, it was awkward to talk about it from God's perspective. The hanging man's fear stemmed from the difference in strength, as well as the other party's identity as a blessed. Just like in the workplace, if you offended the trusted aide of your leader, wouldn't you be worried about being kicked out of the company and left to fend for yourself? Sometimes leaving blank space was charming, but if you didn't write it clearly, you would really be scolded badly. After all, the readers weren't here to read and comprehend. Just like this time, why did Bernadette ask such a question? Just think about the implied attitude and the comparison of their statuses, and you would understand the reason. Then, she was called a retard. Really, sometimes it was really silly to be criticized. To be able to help Bernadette eliminate 2 wrong choices, I felt that little Cu's heart was already very soft. If the other party were to guess the truth, it would be troublesome. If I were to be colder, I could directly request for a different question, saying that the current diary didn't reflect it. Another time, I saw someone say that Audrey's character was too naive and childish. She was always pouting, which didn't match her character. I felt ashamed. I didn't think I'd written such a thing before. I quickly opened the documents and searched for the word pout 1 by 1. In the end, I discovered that there was only one pouting in the entire text. It was Zio. As for Audrey, she only puffed her cheeks a few times. But even an adult would subconsciously do such a thing at times. At this point, after writing so much, I still have to sincerely apologize, because ultimately, it's my fault. I wasn't able to write clearly, which made it difficult for people to understand, and I wasn't able to make the writing more interesting. I wasn't able to reduce the repetition and monotony, which resulted in a poor reading experience. All of this is definitely the author's fault. It's the author's failure, and there's no reason or excuse for it. I have to sum up my experience and find a solution. Currently, there definitely won't be a tarot for a long period of time. This isn't something I've thought of now, but something I've been preparing for since the beginning. I'm ready to jump back to the timeline at any time. Yep, previously, because I was writing about Don Dantes, my daily life was rather dull. If I switched to another member, and it didn't have anything to do with Klein, it would directly dilute the main storyline, and the point of view would be very messy. This was the result of my previous experiment. When Klein came out, there would be something more exciting, and I would naturally be able to expand the plot of the other members. I had been suppressing Little Son's progress for a long time. Chapter 920. Going out to buy a dictionary at night in a city that's a little chaotic, and with the appearance of an intis patient. No, I can't keep wearing these boxing gloves. Donna's was stunned for a few seconds. He suddenly raised his hand, untied the boxing gloves, and tried to take them off. Halfway through his action, he suddenly paused and sized Anderson up. He glanced at the black glove on Anderson's left hand and laughed dryly as he put the glove back on. I believe that in the southern continent, in this place, the most important thing is still one's own strength. Donna's added with a fake smile. Anderson's expression didn't change as he continued stroking his chin. Then what are you going to do? Donna's pointed to the staircase. I plan to find the owner of the hotel and borrow his dictionary. I don't think he won't teach his children Deutonese. That's a train of thought, but even if you have a dictionary, you won't be able to learn it in a short period of time. Even if you're only able to grasp a few words, it's still quite difficult. After all, this is a different language system from the northern continent. Let me give you a solution. Your captain should have taught you some ritualistic magic in the domain of the god of knowledge and wisdom, right? Yes. Donna's nodded without thinking. Anderson clapped his hands. Then I can teach you a new ritualistic magic. By praying to the god of knowledge and wisdom, you will gain the ability to understand, recognize, and write Deutonese for a week. Donna shook his head without hesitation. I believe in the Lord of Storms, not the god of knowledge and wisdom. The reason why some of the ritualistic magic from before was because of Captain. As he said this, he glanced at Anderson. Weren't you born in Senegal, grew up in Lemberg, and were classmates with the captain? Then, you should also be a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Wouldn't it be more appropriate and effective for you to hold the ritual? Anderson shook his head and smiled. Although they are all believers, there are only a few who can truly receive a response. He pretended to think for a moment before saying, the best way is to ask the priests and bishops of the Church of Knowledge for help and ask them to make some amulets. I remember that there are a few missionaries from Lemberg in Baronsport. Why don't we pay them a visit tomorrow? Donna's was about to answer, but he suddenly put on a puzzled expression. I have a feeling that you seem to be plotting something. Anderson's expression froze. On the airship, Klein had his seatbelt fastened and a blanket draped over him. He was already fast asleep as he leaned against the back of his chair. At this time, it was dark outside the window, and the lights on the ground were sparse. The scenery seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving quickly. Everything seemed so peaceful and calm. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up and stretched his neck. As he was wearing death knell, he had drunk quite a lot of water and was woken up by the swelling in his lower abdomen. Lifting the blanket and unbuckling his seatbelt, Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He walked out of the lounge and headed to the bathroom in the corner of the hall. After happily resolving the problem and washing his hands, he turned around and walked out of the bathroom. When he returned to the hall, he suddenly saw a figure. The figure stood in the dimly lit spot. She was wearing a black robe, blue eyeshadow, and blush. At a glance, she looked like a ghost that had floated out of a morgue. Ma Daly. Without a doubt, Klein knew her as he immediately reacted in shock. Daly took a few steps forward and looked up at Dawn Dantes' face. Her gaze stopped at his eyes as she outlined a smile. "Your eyes and bearing resemble a friend of mine, especially your eyes." Klein immediately pretended to be relieved as he laughed. If we were to switch genders, this would be a standard pickup line." Daly didn't move her gaze away as she chuckled. "There's no need to switch. Gender doesn't change the definition of such behavior. If I were to speak to you like this any other time, it would mean that I'm really trying to trick you into bed, or even into a cathedral. However, I don't have such thoughts now. I walked over because your eyes do remind me of him. Conversing with Daly is a little unbearable. I can't let her take the initiative. Otherwise, she might realize that Dawn Dantes isn't a playboy with a wide range of hobbies or an expert flirt. Instead, he's an inexperienced person who would feel uncomfortable in front of a charming woman. I have to take the initiative and lead the conversation." Klein's thoughts raced as he asked in a half-joking manner, "Do you like that friend?" Daly was taken aback for a second as she pricked up her brows and lowered her head with a smile. "This isn't something that needs to be hidden. If only he could be like you, brave enough to take the initiative in front of women and know how to create an ambiguous atmosphere. If that's the case, we might even have a child. Unfortunately, he's a conservative person. When we chat, he only talks about business and experiences. When I give him a little hint or make some jokes that go too far, he'll be very uncomfortable and always find an excuse to leave. He looks old, his hair isn't well maintained, and his memory is poor. He even forgets my birthday. When I think of him, I get very angry. I can't wait to push him onto the bed and tie his hands to the railing at the head of the bed." Klein looked at the top of Daly's head with a gloomy gaze. He sighed and interrupted her words. "Madam, you talk too much." Daly raised her head and said with a smile no different from before, "I thought you were going to talk about this in depth." Klein laughed. "Then why didn't you put those thoughts into action? I can see that you are not a woman who only knows how to talk." Daly snorted. "Guess. Right on the heels of that," she nodded. "Thank you for not saying that I'm harassing you." As she spoke, she turned around and returned to the large lounge where the red gloves were. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he shook his head and walked to his cabin. When she arrived at the entrance of the large lounge, Daly, whose gaze landed on the floor in front of her, suddenly saw a pair of leather shoes without straps. Her gaze moved up, and her eyes reflected the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Leonard looked at the lounge that Dawn Dantes had entered and said with a suppressed voice, "He has quite a number of secrets." "He has many secrets. It's not that simple." Daly chuckled and nodded. "I know." With that said, she walked past Leonard Mitchell in a relaxed manner and walked into the large lounge. After walking a few meters, she slowed down and lowered her head slightly again. Leonard remained standing at the door, looking at the elongated shadows cast by the lights outside. He slowly and silently exhaled. In the small lounge, Klein stood by the door. He raised his right hand and rubbed his sun acupoints like a statue. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek sat on the stool, munching on the bread made from black-faced grass powder as he seriously listed out the things he should have done but hadn't done recently. "I haven't gotten the information on Bizarro Bane that Mr. World needs. I'm still lacking quite a bit of merit for a sequence 5 Vampire Beyonder characteristic. I only have 3 friends, which isn't enough. There are only a few clues regarding the former chief's mausoleum." As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he filled his stomach, took off his shirt, and took out an open container made from stone. He used the sticky black liquid inside to smear the visible bruises on his body. Although black-faced grass was the only edible plant around the City of Silver, it wasn't the only type of plant. There were many types of them, and they were all strange. They relied on various abilities to survive and reproduce in an environment where there was only lightning and darkness without the sun. And one of the traditions of the City of Silver was to choose different plants and combine them with the corresponding organs of monsters to brew various ointments. This was very effective in treating most injuries and diseases, preventing most residents from losing their lives because of minor problems. This was a tradition formed by generations of demon hunters who constantly simplified and fixed the magical potions, holy ointments, and essential oils formulas they obtained through potions into products of lower levels. After applying the ointment, Derek took in the pungent stench and was about to put on his clothes when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. He instinctively tensed up. He picked up Thunder God's roar, the dark blue hammer that was wrapped in lightning, and carefully approached the door, prepared to kill any monsters that appeared from the darkness. "Who is it?" Derek asked in a deep voice. A slightly gruff voice came from outside. "Valir." At the same time, bright light illuminated the cracks in the door and the window. This was the power of a Dawn Paladin. Derek relaxed and opened the door to greet him. "Valir, aren't you going to lead a team on patrol today?" Valir was 2 meters tall, and he was Derek's new friend. He was also the friend he recognized the most. This was because he would often restrain his strength to a greater extent. He was someone who took good care of his companions. In addition, the closest patrolling area that included the former chief's mausoleum was Valir's team. Valir had brownish-yellow hair that was similar to Derek. He had a thick beard, and his favorite activity was to fight with others. Upon hearing that, he smiled and said, "The 6-member council has just ordered our team to circle around the area where the former chief's mausoleum is located. And this is the last place left for our patrol mission. Let's go to the training ground and get some exercise." The 6-member council specially ordered the patrol team to circle around that area? They can open the door to the former chief's mausoleum today? I wonder what will happen. I hope that Elder Lovia isn't plotting something. Derek was alarmed as he suddenly thought of something, but he didn't know what he could do. Just as he hesitantly put on his clothes and prepared to head out to the training ground with Valir, a figure grew out from the shadows of the street and said, "Derek Berg, the chief wants you to meet him at the dome." Derek Berg, the chief wants you to meet him at the dome. Chapter 9:21. At the top of the spire, in the room of the chief elder of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad had a tall figure by the standards of the City of Silver. He had messy, unkempt, grizzled hair, and there were many wrinkles on his face. The rest of his body didn't have any wrinkles, and there were old scars that were either twisted or deep. He was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat. There was a belt with many small squares around his waist. His light blue eyes were deep and profound, as if they were full of stories. After Derek bowed, the demon hunter nodded slightly and pointed at the items on the table diagonally in front of him. "Remember them?" Derek looked over, and his gaze suddenly froze. His eyes reflected 2 translucent worms that were as thick as a child's fingers. Worm of Time. There were worms of time with transparent rings. It was a worm of time that originated from Blasphemer Amon's avatar. "Yes." Derek was silent for a second before he answered instinctively, "Something left behind by Amon." Colin Iliad nodded indiscernibly. "One of them was even coughed out by you." Without waiting for Derek to speak, he slowly said, "You once said that when you're possessed by Amon, you're in a daze most of the time, like you're dreaming. You'll only wake up occasionally." Faced with the chief's gaze, Derek nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had indeed made such a description. Colin Iliad moved his gaze away and cast it outside the window. He looked down at the buildings not far away. "I don't think I told you what you did during that time. You've held 2 rituals, one with the elements of a secret contract, and the other like a sacrifice. You've received a certain response. Do you still remember what happened at that time?" Indeed, when I requested Mr. Fool's help and used the secret deed ritual to purify Amon's avatar, I was also being monitored. Derek wasn't surprised by the chief's words. Under the guidance of the hanging man, he had long followed the experienced elders of the City of Silver, and it was impossible for them to let an abnormal person off. He had come to the conclusion that he had been monitored ever since he left the dungeon. Furthermore, during the sacrificial ritual, someone had appeared from the shadows to stop him, confirming his theory. I don't have much of an impression. Derek pondered for a while before shaking his head. Colin, who was only looking out of the corner of his eye, turned around and sighed. Think back carefully. These 2 worms left behind by Amon are very valuable materials. I have been looking for ways to use them. If I can secretly make something out of them, it will be a trump card that no one else knows about. It can play a key role at a critical moment. In the 2 rituals you experienced, there might be symbols, ancient incantations, and mysterious elements that can be used as reference. Think about it carefully. If it were in the past, Derek would have only been able to understand the chiefs superficially, but at this moment, he was able to slow down by a few seconds to translate the corresponding words into sentences that weren't directly expressed. I know you still have a certain connection with Amon. We're about to open the former chief's mausoleum. I have to make additional preparations to prevent any accidents from happening, so as to prevent Lovia and company from harming the City of Silver's trump card. Quickly try to communicate and see if you can get any help. Or give me the details of the previous ritual so that I can figure it out myself. Mr. the Hanging Man is right. The higher one is in a high position, the more experience they have, and the more danger they face, the more accustomed they are to using hints to tactfully express their intentions, leaving room for both sides of the conversation. Derek suddenly felt like he had truly grasped a particular skill. Recalling that the chief's goal was to restrict Elder Lovia and the fallen creator that she represented, he felt that he needed to do something. However, he had no idea how to use a worm of time. All he could do was consider praying to Mr. Fool to see if he could receive any help. I will try my best to recall. I need a quiet room. Derek paused as he deliberated over his words. Colin Iliad seemed to be prepared as he raised his hand and pointed at the corridor. There are quite a number of empty rooms with open doors on the opposite side. Choose one yourself. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek bowed and left. He randomly found an empty room, locked the wooden door, and sat down. In a dark corner, his eyes glowed as he prayed softly. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein carried his luggage and left the airship along the gangway, preparing to take the military base's carriage to the city. As for Daly Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and the other Red Gloves, they were the first to disembark the airship. Klein was one of the last few, so he didn't meet them. After entering the city and finding a hotel to stay in, he was just about to lie down again to improve his listless state from last night's lack of sleep when he suddenly heard a series of illusory prayers. It sounds like Little Sun. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He entered the narrow bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise with great difficulty before arriving above the gray fog. Just as he had expected, the shimmering ripples were the crimson star that symbolized Sunday. As his spirituality emanated outwards and touched it, Klein quickly figured out what Sun was praying for. The City of Silver's chief is asking Little Sun. No, he's asking what he thinks is Amon, how to use a worm of time charm. Thankfully, I previously had this problem and have long resolved it. However, using a worm of time to create a powerful charm that can temporarily switch fates requires praying to the Fool. Doesn't this directly expose that the person backing Little Sun isn't Amon, but another mysterious existence of unknown depths? Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his right index finger as he seriously considered how to respond. In less than a minute, he changed his train of thought and realized that his worries were meaningless. First of all, other than Shepherd Elder Lovia, who might have received a revelation from the true Creator, No one in the city of Silver knew of Amon's exact situation. They only guessed that he might be one of the 8 kings of angels by the Creator's side, the angel of time. Therefore, even if they knew of the fool's existence, there was a high chance that they would believe that it was Amon's true body or the deity that Amon was currently serving. Secondly, the honorific name of the fool was no longer a secret to the true Creator, blasphemer Amon, and shepherd elder Lovia. It didn't matter if more people in the city of Silver knew of it. Furthermore, the chief named Colin Iliad was only a demon hunter. Even if he had the honorific name of the fool and had a grade 0 sealed artifact, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, even blasphemer Amon and the true Creator didn't knock on my door in the middle of the night. Finally, the chief of the 6-member council had long known that there was a problem with Little Sunday. Now, it was almost as if he had made it clear. As Klein's thoughts raced, he felt that he needed to be bolder. He might even be able to use this opportunity to develop a backer or 2 in the city of Silver, no, believers, so that Little Sun wouldn't have to struggle alone. Furthermore, I've made great progress compared to when I purified Amon's avatar. I've accumulated a deeper level of mysticism knowledge, and I wield the sea god scepter. I can draw more power from the mysterious space above the gray fog. I don't have to worry about making any mistakes when facing a sequence 4 demigod during the ritual, as long as I don't rashly pull people above the gray fog. Klein quickly made a decision. He turned the process of creating the Fate Siphon charm into a projection and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized Sunday. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed in the chief's room at the top of the spire, and long before the sound was heard, Colin Iliad already knew that Derek Berg had opened the door and was walking in his direction. "Come in." He turned around and faced the entrance. Derek pushed the door open and bowed. "Your Excellency, I remember some blurry details." Colin Iliad nodded calmly. "What are they?" "Using pure silver and mercury as the materials." Derek succinctly described the first part of the ritual and paused for a moment. "Back then, I seemed to be muttering an honorific name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era." Colin narrowed his eyes and suddenly interrupted him. "The corresponding symbol is the one left on the candle?" "Yes," Derek answered frankly. "The second part is the mysterious ruler above the gray fog." At this moment, Colin interrupted him again. "You don't need any other ritual materials?" "There's no need for that." Derek nodded in surprise. Only then did he realize that the chief seemed to be deliberately interrupting him from chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. "Yes, our common language is Jotun, a language that can stir the powers of nature. If I were to directly chant the honorific name, it would definitely produce all sorts of unknown effect. It's because I know that Mr. Fool is a true deity and is trustworthy that I habitually recited it in one go, but the chief isn't aware of this." Derek continued in enlightenment. "The third part, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Colin listened quietly, nodded slightly and said, "Very good. Although I can't be sure if the content you recall can be of any help, it's still a considerable contribution. I'll get someone to increase your contribution. Go back or go to the library to read for a while." "Yes, Your Excellency." Seeing that there was nothing else, Derek silently heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left the room at the top of the spire. Colin Iliad watched him leave before walking to the chair behind the desk and sitting down. He cast his gaze at the 2 translucent ringed worms. Beside Little Worm was a notebook. On it was a drawing of a secret symbol formed by half a pupilless eye and the other half of a contorted line. Colin's gaze didn't move for a long time as he seemed to turn into a stone statue. After a while, he slowly stood up and took out 3 candles. Chapter 9:22. After putting down the candles, Colin Iliad found a piece of pure silver, picked up a carving knife beside him, and cut out a palm-sized charm carrier. Then, according to Derek Berg's description, he carved the secret symbol that symbolized the fool on both sides of the silver piece. During the entire process, he was extremely fast. If there were a bystander, they definitely wouldn't be able to see his movements clearly. However, the final product was flawless, like a piece of art that had been slowly carved over several days. Immediately following that, Colin Iliad found a bottle of mercury and used his powerful spirituality to guide the liquid inside into the charm, filling all the patterns. He also prevented the mercury that was facing downwards from falling due to gravity. After repeating the process and making the second charm, Colin Iliad placed them in front of the candles and placed a worm with a transparent link on each of them. Compared to when he had just stood up in silence, Colin's every move appeared steady, calm, and firm. There was no longer any hesitation, just like when he faced the powerful monsters in the darkness. After preparing the ritual, he took 2 steps back, took down the swords that were hanging from the wall, and inserted them into the gap between the tiles at the door. As Colin closed his eyes and muttered, pure and thick light emerged from the surrounding void, enveloping the 2 swords with a feeling of holiness and glory. The light gathered more and more, slowly turning into flowing water. It flowed along the cracks between the tiles and walls, forming a cage that separated the inside and outside. As a senior demon hunter, Colin Iliad actually didn't want to do such defensive actions during a ritual. This was because there was a high chance of angering the target of his prayers, bringing about even more dangerous changes. However, he had to do it. He had to ensure that even if the ritual failed, even if the fool was an existence filled with malice, even if he died in front of the altar, the entire City of Silver wouldn't suffer too much damage. Colin, the City of Silver's chief, was still rather confident in the defensive capabilities of this cage. This was because it came directly from a god-level sealed artifact, the crown worn by giant King Ormer. Proof of glory. This was one of the main reasons why the City of Silver was able to withstand the waves of monsters in the darkness in the Dark Ages. Seeing that all the preparations were complete, Colin Iliad used the desk as an altar. With pure spirituality, he created a holy and clean environment where no one could disturb him, and lit the 3 candles. The dim yellow light swayed gently and reflected in his eyes. He lowered his head and sprinkled the plant powder and monster fur that Derek Berg had mentioned into the candlelight or ignited them into the cauldron to please the secret existence that he was about to pray to. Such activities weren't rare in the City of Silver. On the surface, there were sacrifices to the Creator, but from time to time, there would be residents who would be tempted by unknown existences during their patrols or explorations and hold all kinds of rituals. Most of the latter were passive, but a small number were active attempts. On the one hand, after serving the Creator for thousands of years without any response, the accumulated despair made some people have a mental breakdown. They were eager to grab onto something else to rely on. On the other hand, the 6-member council of the City of Silver had already reached a consensus many generations ago. The Creator, who had abandoned this land, might never return. Finding another way out had to be placed on the agenda. Unfortunately, such attempts had never had a third outcome apart from being ineffective and dying. And it was precisely because of this that no matter what difficulties they encountered, regardless of how many city-states they discovered that had been destroyed by an evil god, the City of Silver persisted in its exploration of the surrounding areas and places further away. And to Colin Iliad himself, the discovery of the outsider, Jack, had brought him an indescribable surprise and hope. His encounter in Afternoon Town, the king's conspiracy, and the clergy's prophecy made him feel a stronger sense of urgency. He no longer held any expectations for the Creator's return. With the combination of these 2 factors, coupled with Lovia and Derek's abnormalities, as well as the prophecy of the apocalypse, Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council, a senior demigod, and a powerful demon hunter, had no choice but to attempt to dance on the edge of a blade. He had no choice but to consider making a deal with a hidden existence. Exhaling silently, Colin took a step back and recited with a voice that carried the vicissitudes of life. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray to you, pray for a mysterious power, pray for a gift from good luck, pray for you to turn the items on the altar into charms. As soon as Colin's mysterious and rhythmic voice fell, the altar in front of him suddenly became dark and deep, as if an indescribable and indescribable divinity was diffusing from the candle flame in the middle. The candlelight suddenly grew larger, but it was unable to illuminate the surroundings. Instead, it made everything even more illusory. Countless transparent shadows of various shapes and sizes appeared, covering every inch of the place. Some were sparse, some were dense, some were dense. High above the illusory world and the countless figures, there were 7 pure lights of different colors, as though they contained infinite knowledge. And above the 7 pure lights was an endless grayish-white fog. It was an ancient palace that overlooked everything. Demon Hunter Colin momentarily forgot about everything else as he focused on the scene on the altar. It was as though something that only existed in books and ancient tomes had crossed the barrier between illusion and reality to truly appear in front of him. If he didn't remember wrongly, this was likely a projection of the spirit world. Before the calamity, before the Creator abandoned this land, it was very easy to observe and even enter the spirit world. Now, it only existed in the City of Silver's teaching materials and all sorts of information. No one could touch the spirit world. At this moment, an illusory creaking sound suddenly sounded. In the ancient palace that overlooked the grey fog and the spirit world, a door seemed to open. Right on the heels of that, Colin saw the unformed charms in front of the candle flame glow with a blurry grey luster. Their patterns were lit up one after another, intertwining together. They suddenly burst out with a blinding and rich brilliance, wrapping the pure silver sheet and the ring-shaped worm together. The dark world on the altar instantly distorted. Everything quickly returned to normal, but there were 2 strange charms made of black crystal on the altar. It was as though a pair of eyes of an existence was silently watching the world. Demon Hunter Colin was taken aback. He retracted his gaze and lowered his head. "Thank you for your bestowment. I praise your existence." Without any delay, he immediately ended the ritual and removed the seal. After doing all of this, the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council returned to the desk and picked up the 2 charms made from the remains of Amon's avatar. Up to this moment, the scene he had just seen was still lingering in his mind. According to his knowledge of mysticism, the 7 lights mentioned in some ancient books were at the top of the spirit world. They were believed to be close to the level of deities, but none of the information recorded what was above the 7 lights. What did the grey fog symbolize? What did the ancient palace surrounded by the grey fog that overlooked the entire spirit world represent? And throughout the ritual, Colin Iliad felt that the fool he was praying to was deep, mysterious, and lofty. He wasn't like certain evil beings who liked to flaunt their strength and couldn't wait to show something. Such a performance was described in the records of the City of Silver. It belonged to the Creator. Looking at the charm in his hand and checking his condition, the white-haired demon hunter Colin suddenly closed his eyes. This was because figures flashed through his mind for some baffling reason. They were his father, mother, brother, sister, eldest son, youngest son, daughter, and eldest grandson, who had been personally ended by him. The somewhat old chief fell silent for a long time before he suddenly sighed softly. It's been 2,583 years. After 2,583 years, the City of Silver finally received a normal response. In the library in the steeple, Derek found a notebook he hadn't read before in the ancient mythology section that he often read. The cover of the notebook was made of the leather of a certain monster. There were obvious patterns on it, and the paper inside was old and yellow. It recorded the experiences of the original owner when he encountered different monsters. Most of these monsters could be found in the City of Silver's textbooks. Even their characteristics were the same. However, there were many battle reflections and experiences in the notebook. It interested Derek and made him very serious. As he flipped through it, he suddenly noticed a monster named Shapeshifter. This monster didn't have the intelligence to communicate, but it was good at setting up traps and dealing with targets. It could also disguise itself as someone else and use all kinds of seemingly unbelievable methods to complete the hunt. The owner of the notebook's evaluation of this was that it was strange and dangerous. This is very similar to Mr. World's guess about the characteristics of the Bizarro Bane. Could it be that the shapeshifter is a Bizarro Bane? Derek was delighted as he quickly browsed through it. He discovered that this monster lived in the ruins of a city that was further north. As the monsters in the darkness in that area were powerful and terrifying, even the 6-member council was unable to deal with some of them. Therefore, after the first 2 attempts, the City of Silver's exploration of the vicinity had been temporarily halted. It hadn't been resumed until now. Due to such reasons, the City of Silver's textbooks didn't mention the special monsters there. After reading these records, Derek subconsciously flipped to the last page of the notebook. He wanted to know who had personally experienced the 2 dangerous explorations. Amidst the crashing sounds, he saw a name: Colin Iliad. Desi County, Eskelson Harbor. When Klein returned to the real world, he rubbed his temples and went straight to his bed before suddenly collapsing. In order to give the City of Silver's chief a better impression of the fool and generate more trust in him, he had taken the initiative to add special effects when he responded. He had forcefully displayed the mysterious space above the gray fog that only appeared in the secret deed ritual and the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. This drained quite a bit of his spirituality, making him feel even more exhausted and sleepy. I'll find food for creeping hunger after I wake up. Now, I'll let it have a good rest above the gray fog, Klein thought in a daze and quickly fell asleep. He slept from morning to afternoon until he was woken up by his stomach's rumbling. P.S. From today onwards there will only be one update on weekends. Chapter 923. Desi's pies have more ingredients than Bakelin's, but they like to add some locally produced spices. The first few bites will feel a little strange, but once you get used to it, it'll have a unique flavor. Klein sat in his hotel room, occasionally taking a bite of the oily pies and drinking some refreshing sweet iced tea. He was having a rather pleasant time. After he had his fill, he didn't immediately pack up. Instead, he picked up his top hat on the chair beside him and wore it on his head. At the same time, his left glove suddenly turned transparent as his entire body rapidly faded away and vanished. Klein entered the spirit world to travel to the Berserk Sea's Bodo Harbor in search of food for creeping hunger. The Eskelson Harbor he was in was indeed part of Desi Bay, but it wasn't any random point along the coastline. This was because it was an island, the southernmost island of Desi Bay. Crossing it meant entering the Berserk Sea. Therefore, just as Klein headed towards the predetermined coordinates for a second, an abnormality appeared in front of him. The nearby airflow of the spirit world took form, swirling into a wind as it howled and enveloped a vast region with no end in sight. The light inside was dark and gloomy, with dark clouds gathering. Lightning streaked across one after another, illuminating the surroundings like it was the end of the world. At that moment, Klein felt as though he had arrived at an ocean ruled by a never-ending storm. However, he knew very well that this was the spirit world. Indeed, it's just as mentioned in many mysticism books. The mighty power of Death's death not only changed the climate and environment of the ocean between the northern and southern continents, making it filled with natural disasters and dangerous currents, making it famous for being berserk. Furthermore, it broke the barrier between reality and illusion, corrupting and destroying the corresponding spirit world, causing both sides to influence each other. In the Berserk Sea region, if a ritual involving the spirit world is held or powers related to the spirit world is used, there's a high chance of an accident happening, resulting in unexpected changes. Klein sighed as he used the scenes he saw with his own eyes to verify the records in the books. From his point of view, if it wasn't so, the countries of the northern continent wouldn't have waited for Roselle the Great to explore a safe sea route before they had the chance to invade the southern continent. After all, to many high-sequence beyonders, they could directly bypass the natural barriers in the ordinary sense. Roselle's safe sea route was not only a geographical one, but also a mystical one. In other words, because the Berserk Ocean and the corresponding Spiriters realm affected each other and overlapped with each other, Klein could directly refer to the local nautical charts and travel through the natural disasters in the Spiriters realm. After recalling what he had read, Klein found the correct location and entered the dark and gloomy spirit world. The sound of howling winds came from all directions. Even though it was just the aftermath, it was enough to make Klein feel a chill that came from the depths of his soul or bone marrow. This made him believe that if he had been active in his spirit-body state and hadn't used the Dark Emperor card, Tyrant card, or Aztec's copper whistle to enhance himself, he might have already suffered serious injuries. If he hadn't been on a safe sea route and faced the black storm that was filled with the aura of death, he felt that he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it even if he had a physical body. Compared to the strong winds, the dark lightning was even more dangerous. Just one bolt was enough to make Klein suspect that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for the hidden vortexes and wandering creatures, that was another risk. There's no corporeal seawater here. I wonder what's at the end of the vortex. Klein followed the safe sea route and traveled at a moderate pace. From time to time, he would observe his surroundings to accumulate his knowledge. Suddenly, he saw a strange creature. It dragged a huge scythe and was located in the black storm. It was formed from one skull after another, bloated and massive. The skulls were either grayish-white or grayish-black in size, and they were of different races. They were stacked on top of each other, forming a body, limbs, and head. Almost at the same time that Klein saw this strange creature, it also noticed Klein. All the skulls turned at the same time, and with a cracking sound that couldn't be concealed by the howling, they looked over. The deep eye sockets were one after another, and there were countless of them. Klein's forehead twitched. Using his traveling ability, he directly passed through the area and entered the next safe sea route. Under the illusory sea surface nearby, bloody arms stretched out one after another. Illusory greenish-black tentacles danced in the air. Outside the City of Silver, a black mausoleum was embedded into the ground, like an upside-down pyramid. At that moment, dense black plants grew out from all the cracks in the mausoleum's brick. Even the heavy door at the entrance had been corroded. Colin Iliad carried his 2 swords on his back and stood outside the door with the other 2 elders of the 6-member council. They were observing the tunnel that went diagonally deep underground. Lovia, whose silver-gray hair was curled over her shoulders, quietly observed for a while. It should be fine. Compared to the past when he would switch between different mental states without any pattern, this shepherd elder was now deep and calm. There was nothing abnormal about him. His pair of light gray eyes were reserved and deep. Colin nodded slightly and took out a bottle of medicine from the 2 compartments on his belt. He unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly lit up. On his wrinkle-free skin, blood vessels protruded and were dyed silver-white. Right on the heels of that, the chief pulled out a straight sword and evenly smeared the silver-gray ointment on the surface. While he was preparing step by step, another elder of the 6-member council, Waite Chermont, was also doing something similar. This burly man, who was nearly 2.5 meters tall and had a dark blue symbol tattooed on his head, didn't look more than 45 years old, but he was actually almost 80 years old. He was also a Sequence 4 demon hunter, a demigod existence, one of the main pillars of the City of Silver. In the City of Silver, as there wasn't a lack of main ingredients, and the residents knew the acting method and had sufficient combat experience, it was relatively easy for low and mid-sequence beyonders to advance. There were many Beyonders at Sequence 6, but from Sequence 5 onwards, due to various problems with rituals and other aspects, the number of Beyonders began to plummet. At Sequence 4, which had undergone a qualitative change, there might not even be one in a generation. Waite Chermont didn't use the dual swords commonly used by orthodox demon hunters, so that the different ointments could be used at the same time to deal with more complicated situations. He held an iron-gray hammer and carried a huge bow on his back that appeared massive despite his height. He looked like a miniature giant that had walked out of an oil painting. The huge bow was a mystical item. Its side effects weren't too great, and it was recorded in the history books of the City of Silver. It had gotten its name because it had killed a demigod-level dragon. It was called Dragon-Slaying Bow. After finishing his preparations, Waite placed the iron-gray hammer in front of him with a bang. Then, he took out the huge bow and slowly pulled it back. Sizzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared and condensed, becoming longer and longer, forming a blinding and magnificent arrow between the back of the bow and the bowstring. Just as Waite's fingers loosened their grip on the bowstring, the lightning arrow directly leaped onto the mausoleum's door that was covered in weeds that resembled human hair. Without a sound, the heavy door seemed to have been corroded a long time ago. It suddenly broke into pieces in the explosion of electricity, shattering into pieces and revealing a deep passageway. The passageway flickered with pale lights, and there was no end to it at a glance. It gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Two complex dark green symbols appeared in Colin's eyes, reflecting the scene at the entrance to the mausoleum. A few seconds later, he raised his sword diagonally and walked into the mausoleum. Waite carried the dragon-slaying bow on his back, pulled out his iron-gray hammer, and followed closely behind. The purple-robed Lovia's expression didn't change. Empty-handed, she passed through the broken door at an unhurried pace. As they walked down the passageway and stairs, the 3 members of the 6-member council didn't show any signs of impatience or unease in the completely silent environment. They allowed the sound of their footsteps to echo around them. After walking down another floor, a river suddenly appeared in front of them. It was an illusory and dark river. Beneath the surface of the river, blood-colored arms that had their skin peeled off, green vines that had a baby's face, and slippery tentacles with eyes were densely packed together as they constantly leaped up in an attempt to grab at everything that passed by. At the edge of the river's entrance, there were figures of varying heights dressed in old clothes. They had their backs to the 3 elders as they paced back and forth, as though they were vexed over how to cross the river. Suddenly, one of them sensed someone approaching and slowly turned to look at Colin, Waite, and Lovia. It was an old man. His hair was completely white, and there were deep wrinkles on his forehead and mouth. His eyes were light blue but empty, and his expression was numb and blank. Colin Iliad's pupils constricted as he recognized the other party. This was his brother, a brother who had been possessed by Amon, a brother whose life had been ended by his own hands. At that moment, the other figures turned around, revealing faces that Colin, Waite, and Lovia were very familiar with but abnormally numb. Lovia's expression remained unchanged, but behind her, an illusory knight that was more than 5 meters tall had appeared at some point in time. The knight wore ancient silver full-body armor, and his eyes were dark red like blood and burning like fire. After carefully traversing the safe sea route, for about 10 seconds, Klein arrived at the Berserk Sea's Bodo Harbor. This place deviated from the main sea route and didn't belong to any country. It was a free city for pirates. After stepping on the rock surface, Klein, who had casually created a stranger's face, wasn't in a hurry to enter the chaotic port city. He reached into his pocket and took out an iron cigar case. While traversing the spirit world's Berserk Sea, he had sensed that Aztec's copper whistle was trembling slightly. After dispelling the wall of spirituality, Klein opened the cigar case and pinched the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. The copper whistle had lost its usual coldness and gentleness. It felt a little hot, but this abnormality was quickly fading. Chapter 924. The anomaly in the Berserk Sea that corresponds to the spirit world is caused by Death's death. Legend has it that this deity's corpse and items are hidden somewhere in these waters, waiting for someone with a specific key to open it. This copper whistle originated from Mr. Aztec, and Mr. Aztec is confirmed to be a direct descendant of Death. Furthermore, he's 1 or 2 generations ahead of him. Therefore, this copper whistle sensed something, or was it affected by something? Information quickly flashed through Klein's mind as he pieced them together and obtained a preliminary guess. He planned on finding an inn in Bodo Harbor and getting a room. He would head above the gray fog and use dream divination to see if he could obtain any revelations. Then, he would consider the time and method of returning to Eskelson Harbor so as to prevent any accidents from happening that could have been avoided. Before that, he had to find food for creeping hunger. Walking down the cliff by the sea, Klein entered Bodo Harbor. The buildings here seemed to be built wherever one wanted. There was almost no planning. As a result, some roads were very wide, while others were so narrow that only one person could pass through. Some raised their heads and couldn't see the sky, only seeing large patches of clothes waiting to be dried. With his new face, Klein strolled through such an environment. He walked among many passers-by dressed as pirates, and he habitually sought out places like taverns to hunt for prey. At this moment, he saw quite a number of people gathered around a notice board in a small square in front of him. What's going on? Klein approached curiously. Relying on his clown's balance and agility, he passed through the gaps in the crowd and barely managed to squeeze his way to a spot where he could see the notice board. On the notice board, there was a piece of paper that was very domineering. It covered everything else, making it obvious at a glance. Its header wrote, "The Black Emperor is recruiting crew." Black Emperor? Isn't that the ship of King of the Five Seas Nast that can traverse the spirit world? This pirate king, in a sense of the word, is actually openly recruiting crew? Klein deliberately muttered in surprise. That's right. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Beside him, a brawny man with his sleeves rolled up immediately laughed. It was impossible in the past, but it's possible now. Why? Klein was waiting for someone to talk to him, so he immediately turned his head and asked. The strong man's arms, and cheeks were covered with dark green tattoos. He looked very ferocious. He pointed to the main channel and said, "A week ago, the Black Emperor encountered the ironclad, the Pritz, that Ruan had been promoting so much. A naval battle broke out, and many of the Black Emperor's crew died. It's in urgent need of manpower." Klein's first reaction was that this wasn't mysticism. According to the contents of the newspapers and the various rumors he had heard at sea, he knew that the Pritz was a giant cannon in the normal sense of the word. It didn't contain any beyonder element. Perhaps in terms of physical destruction, it was stronger than the Black Emperor, but the latter could use the spirit world to jump, just like a large traveler. It wasn't something conventional firearms could damage. Furthermore, King of the Five Seas Nast was likely a Sequence 3 demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. He was the most famous powerhouse at sea, and he could directly distort the trajectory of cannonballs. When he encountered fleets that weren't at the level of mysticism, he was nearly invincible. From Klein's point of view, the two of them were not enemies on the same level, but the final result was not what he had imagined. He didn't hide his surprise and blurted out, "What about the Pritz?" The ferocious-looking man shook his head and replied, "I'm not too sure, but I heard that they didn't suffer much damage. Only 2 frigates sank." This. Klein was stunned at first, but he soon understood what had happened. He recalled the situation back when he stole the Tutmosis II mummy. The military's demigod had used the law of mystical weakening and reality enhancement. Once it came into effect, the Black Emperor, which was only a special and unconventional sailing battleship, would definitely be unable to do anything to an ironclad warship. It wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, nor would it be able to outrun it. From another perspective, it also meant that the Prince had a demigod from the military. Otherwise, such a law wouldn't have come into effect. To be able to let the Black Emperor escape under such circumstances, King of the Five Seas Nas' strength can be said to be very, very powerful. Beneath angels, he's definitely one of the top. From the looks of it, it's because of the existence of the Arbiter pathway that the development of this world's military is so similar to Earth's. It's not to the extent that we can't deal with higher-order mystics. Klein nodded in enlightenment and didn't ask further. As for Beyonders below Sequence 4, in large-scale battles, apart from a small number of occupations that could take on the role of powerful damage output and provide effective defense, the rest had to avoid frontal clashes. They were similar to a beheading squad, or they could only provide support. For example, a marionettist. If he had a full complement of puppets, a mid-sequence Beyonder wouldn't be afraid of anyone in a one-on-one battle. But once he was on the battlefield, he would be blanketed by cannonballs and machine gun fire. The problem of his body being weak would be exposed. Even with paper figurine substitutes, he wouldn't be able to escape the range of fire most of the time. He would have no choice but to suffer secondary damage. Under such circumstances, it might be too late to use paper figurines again. In such a heated battle, the most useful mid-sequence Beyonders should be Wraith. They're basically unafraid of gunfire and bullets, and they won't be discovered by the enemy. Furthermore, they can use Sharp Shriek to directly affect a large number of targets. As Klein's thoughts wandered, the burly man who had just spoken took the initiative to speak. "You also wish to join the Black Emperor?" "I'm still hesitating," Klein replied casually. The brawny man, whose arms were covered in dark green tattoos, said excitedly, "In any case, I'm going to give it a try. There are no more than 10 people here who can fight better than me. I also have rich experience as a pirate. They will definitely take a liking to me. However, I won't be staying on the Black Emperor for too long. There are too many meaningless rules. Things like robbing and not killing those who don't resist. Things like unless the other party agrees to a transaction, I can't drag any woman I like to the side. Listen. Does that still look like a pirate?" Although the King of the Five Seas was one of the 4 kings and was recognized as the Pirate King, the rules he set were simply dogsh**t. I'm already used to the life of a real pirate. I like it very much. I won't change it. I only wish to join the crew of the Black Emperor after hearing that they might obtain Beyonder powers. When the time comes, I'll leave and form my own pirate crew." As the brute was talking, he suddenly noticed that the expression on the stranger's face had become a little strange. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" A sword that shimmered with a silver-gray sheen suddenly fell, nailing a figure with a numb expression to the ground. The figure contorted and squirmed. Amidst the flowing silver light, it gradually dissipated into an incorporeal spot of light. Colin Iliad retracted his sword, straightened his body, and sized up his surroundings. He saw that Waite and Lovia, the 2 elders of the 6-member council, had finished off their respective targets and cleared a clean area by the river. At this moment, on the illusory Black River, a gloomy boat sailed over and silently docked by the riverbank. Upon seeing this scene, Colin slowly exhaled and muttered to himself with a calm expression, Ferryman. He had worked with the former chief in the mausoleum for a long period of time, and they were rather familiar with each other. He knew that the other party had been troubled by the lack of the Giant Pathways Sequence 3 Silver Night Potion formula, making it impossible for anyone to advance at the demigod level. He had plans to switch to a sequence that was close to the sequence, and this plan had seen the light of success during an exploration. This was because they had found the Phoenix Pathways Sequence 3 potion formula. The ferryman. From then on, the former chief began building the mausoleum, and eventually, he moved in and sealed the entrance. After quietly observing for a while with dark green symbols in his eyes, Colin Iliad slowly said, Let's go by boat. Let's go by boat. Waite and Lovia didn't express any objections. They fully trusted the chief's judgment and followed closely behind him, boarding the gloomy and strange boat. During this process, the three of them didn't hesitate at all. They didn't look around, nor did they stop. It was as though they weren't exploring, but a visit with a definite destination. The boat slowly started moving as it sailed across the illusory pitch-black water, leaving behind a long trail. Those bloody arms and slippery tentacles frantically grabbed upwards and slapped the ship's body, but they didn't leave any marks, and they didn't affect the ship in the slightest. In about 10 seconds, the 3 elders of the 6-member council arrived on the other side of the illusory river. There was an altar here, and on it was a heavy iron-black coffin. Colin Iliad immediately jumped off the boat and drew his other straight sword. Compared to before, he was now more cautious and attentive. Right on the heels of that, Waite held his iron-gray hammer and landed heavily on the bank, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. He looked at the huge coffin that was surrounded by monster skulls, took 2 steps forward, held the hammer in front of him, and took down the dragon's slaying bow from his back. At this moment, Waite suddenly felt an itch on the back of his hand. He subconsciously looked down and saw white hairs stained with yellow oil growing out of the pores on his skin, growing larger and larger. In Potto Harbor, Klein fed creeping hunger, found a messy inn, and got a room that could barely be considered clean. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein first took out the projection of Aztec's copper whistle. Then, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the corresponding divination statement. The reason for the copper whistle's abnormality today. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 925. This time, Klein didn't directly bring the Aztec copper whistle above the gray fog. Instead, he planned on doing the divination of the mutated sun sacred emblem in the beginning by conjuring it through the projection of the item. Although this would reduce the accuracy to a certain extent, and it might even result in the divination not receiving any effective revelations, with the gray fog between them, the intactness of the item could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. He still remembered that back when he used the black ear that originated from the listener to divine the source, the sealed artifact had suffered a counterattack from the true creator. It had directly disintegrated and reassembled into a charm. Therefore, when he suspected that the results of the divination might point to Death's corpse or other remains, pointing to the godhood power of a fallen Sequence 0 that had long changed the Berserk Sea's environment, Klein decided to leave the Aztec copper whistle in the real world. He could use the projection to divine it to prevent the possibility of this important item being damaged. After all, Death and the true creator were on the same level. As for why Klein dared to directly use Roselle's travels to divine the source, it was because the ancient god, the dragon of imagination, had died a long time ago. The corresponding characteristics had most likely been inherited by others, and it had changed hands many times. Furthermore, the book itself was extremely sturdy. Even the full-powered attack of the sea god's scepter couldn't damage it at all. By the same logic, Mr. Dorr might only be at the level of a king of angels, and he was in an exiled and isolated state. He could barely transmit his ravings in, and it was almost impossible to cause any actual damage. If I'm injured or corrupted, I can still use the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to rapidly recover without leaving any latent problems. If the Aztec copper whistle is damaged, it'll really be damaged. I won't be able to contact Mr. Aztec again, and I won't be able to use it to attract undead creatures. I won't even be able to carry it around with me. Klein calmly and skillfully held the copper whistle projection and the piece of paper with the divination statement. He leaned back in his chair, half-closed his eyes, and chanted softly in a cogitation state, the reason for the copper whistle's abnormality today. After repeating it 7 times, Klein fell into a deep sleep and entered a dream. After an unknown period of time, He saw a dark and gloomy mausoleum. He saw a dark-colored staircase that extended all the way down and saw coffins placed around it. The coffins were all open, and inside lay the dead one after another. White feathers stained with yellow oil had already grown out of their back. Even in his dream, Klein felt that this scene was extremely familiar, as if he had seen it before. Just at this moment, he seemed to smell a rotten stench and hear the slow breathing of something. He felt that the darkness in the mausoleum was getting thicker and thicker, giving off an extremely deathly stillness. Suddenly, high and low murmurs sounded at the same time. The corpses lying in the coffins with white feathers on their backs all floated up and looked out of the dream with their half-rotten, half-pale faces. With a thump, Klein lost control of his heart, as if it was being dragged out of his chest by an invisible hand. During this process, his dream disintegrated into pieces and returned to nothingness. The last scene that Klein saw was that the corpses not only had white feathers on their backs, but also on other parts of their bodies. In addition, thin black tubes that were almost illusory pierced into their bodies and extended to the deepest part of the mausoleum, which was filled with a thick, evil, and cold, boundless black fog. The black fog slowly contracted and expanded, giving off a wheezing sound. When this scene and movement fell into Klein's eyes and ears, his skin rapidly paled, causing his skin to rot and ooze pus, causing fine white hair stained with yellow oil to grow out of his pores, and causing the projection of Aztec's copper whistle in his palm to explode into a cloud of black fog. In the entire ancient palace, the long mottled table had rotted and collapsed. The 22 high-backed chairs were wrapped in white feathers, as if they had a life of their own. The endless gray fog rolled silently, and the mysterious space above it swayed gently. Everything quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Klein, who had collapsed beside the chair, reached out to grab the table's leg, slowly stood up, sat down again, and let out a long sigh of relief. He rubbed his temples and subconsciously made a comparison. Weaker than the true creator and eternal blazing sun, but stronger than Mr. Door. However, I'm not sure if it's because the latter was exiled and isolated, resulting in very little power being transmitted in. Why am I thinking about this? Anyway, I can't beat them. It's the same even if I become a demigod. It's a pity that I didn't directly see the thing hidden deep in the black fog. Otherwise, I might have been able to obtain some potion formulas or mysticism knowledge. Klein felt a baffling sense of regret as he cast his gaze to the side of the chair and saw an illusory black fog floating there. This was the remnant of Aztec's copper whistle projection after it was shattered. There's no sense of power, which means that it can't be used as a charm. What's the use of this? With a thought, Klein summoned a spare paper angel from the junk pile and threw it at the illusory black fog. The moment the two came into contact, they immediately fused together. The paper figurine rapidly turned black, appearing deep and serene. White feathers that were stained with yellow oil grew out of its back. This change only lasted for a second before the paper figurine returned to its original state, but it wasn't real enough. It gave off a half-illusory feeling. Apart from that, there were feather-like patterns that covered the back of the paper figurine. What can this be used for? Klein made the mutated paper figurine fall back into his palm. He didn't dare to use divination to confirm the effects, afraid that he would see the scene from his dream again, and that the prepared object deep in the black fog would invade this place. After repeated checks, Klein made a preliminary judgment based on his accumulated mysticism. This doesn't contain any power, but it's very special. Perhaps when used as a paper figurine substitute or paper angel, it can produce some strange effects similar to the undead domain. This is just like my adventurer's harmonica. Although it doesn't contain any power, it can summon a messenger with special power. Klein then put away the mutated paper figurine and began to interpret the scene from his dream. A dark mausoleum, an open coffin, a dead man with feathers growing out of his back, and the black fog that permeates the depths. These revelations seemed to point to death, or an important item left behind by death? Or could it be a product of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death Project? By the way, why did I find it familiar just now? Klein carefully thought about it and quickly came up with an answer. He had seen a similar scene a long time ago in a divination. Back then, the content of his divination was the consequences of hiding the matter regarding Mr. Aztec from the Nighthawks. Back then, he had received 2 scenes from his dream. One was of him sinking into the sea of blood and being pulled out by Aztec. The other was of the 2 of them being in the dark and cold mausoleum, as though they were searching for something. Klein had once interpreted it. He believed that the first scene represented him being in danger and being rescued by Mr. Aztec. The second scene indicated that the 2 of them were exploring a mausoleum or a place that was symbolic of a mausoleum. The former had already been verified when the meteorite fell from the sky in Bakeland, and he finally had clues to the latter today. Could it be that Mr. Aztec and I are going to explore the mausoleum that I just saw? But this mausoleum is very dangerous. The item hidden in the deepest depths of the black fog is of a very high level. It's only slightly inferior to a true god, and it's filled with malice. Klein frowned, believing that a joint exploration might not be a good thing. This made him feel the need to stop Mr. Aztec, but he also suspected that he couldn't directly violate the divination scenes he had already seen. Otherwise, he would end up with a worse ending in a dramatic fate. At least during the first divination, there was only the scene of exploration and no danger. Perhaps there's a way to circumvent it indirectly. This might be the reason why seers are always vague. Sometimes, explaining things too clearly will have the opposite effect. Klein decided to vaguely mention his dream to Mr. Aztec when he met him in the future. He didn't interpret it in any way and wanted to see what his thoughts were. After confirming his train of thought, Klein leaned back in his chair and looked at the dome of the majestic palace as it disappeared above the gray fog. Light, fragmentary light, pure and clear light of dawn, shot out from the body of the elder of the 6-member council, another demon hunter, Waite Chermont. It evaporated the white hair that grew out of his pores and suppressed the subsequent squirming of his flesh. His arm muscles bulged as he pulled back the bowstring of the dragon's slaying bow, allowing the silver-white lightning and the light of dawn to interweave into a resplendent arrow. The arrow flew out and instantly reached the altar that was piled with monster skulls, hitting the heavy iron-black coffin. Without a sound, the arrow of light dimmed and disappeared without producing any effects. No, the area around the altar turned darker and more deathly silent. Inside the iron-black coffin, a voice with the sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded. "Why? Why did you disturb my slumber?" Upon hearing these words, Waite's heart sank a little. This was because the malicious intent wasn't concealed. This meant that the former chief might have already become a monster. The City of Silver's search for a way out had failed once again. With a bang, the coffin's lid flew up and shattered into pieces. Large swaths of black fog emanated out from below in an endless stream. Amidst this scene, Waite saw a figure slowly stand up from the coffin. He was nearly 4 meters tall, with long limbs. His body was covered in white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. Behind him, there seemed to be an illusory black tube that connected to infinity. Behind the 3 elders of the 6-member council, the pitch-black river surged with huge waves as all sorts of arms, tentacles, and vines surged out. At this moment, Waite saw the chief's body rapidly change. He saw the clothes he wore being torn apart inch by his bulging muscles. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 926. In the blink of an eye, Colin Iliad had transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His body was covered in bluish-black knot. Every inch of his skin, every pore, and every piece of flesh seemed to violate the normal senses of humans. They were formed in a special form, containing an unimaginable impact. This was no longer something that could be described in a flat or 3-dimensional form. It was as if, in addition to length, width, and height, there was information, strength, spirituality, and other measurements. They were directly presented, seemingly condensed into mysterious and complicated patterns, symbols and labels, but in fact there were no changes. The former was only a partial impression that humans obtained due to their lacking senses. But even so, when facing such creatures, humans without godhood would still have their spirituality corrupted, their minds destroyed, and their brains impacted. It wasn't rare for them to die on the spot or go completely mad. It was precisely because of this that such creatures were known in mysticism as mythical creatures. However, at that moment, Colin Iliad's head didn't have any obvious changes. It had only swelled up significantly, and a black slit that resembled a vertical eye had appeared in the area from his forehead to his nose. Without reaching sequence 2, a demigod's mythical creature form was incomplete. And for a powerhouse at this level, the benefits and drawbacks of appearing in such a form were very obvious. On the one hand, it could greatly increase one's strength and level, and on the other hand, it would come with a strong inclination towards madness and losing control. It was quite a test of one's rationality, and it was difficult for those without extremely firm willpower to control it. Therefore, most saints would only consider completely transforming into an incomplete mythical creature unless they were forced into a corner, and not just transforming a certain part of their body. To them, this was similarly an act of dancing on the edge of a blade. It was very easy for them to lose control, so they had to be careful. Apart from the majority, there were two extremes. One was the minority that indulged in their desires, and the other was those with extremely firm willpower and tenacious minds. As long as the former revealed their mythical creature form, it was basically equivalent to losing control and being unable to transform back. The latter could use their mythical creature form as a more conventional combat method, and they weren't afraid of the impact of losing control and madness. Of course, being more conventional was still not conventional. It still meant that it couldn't be done too frequently. This was because to those who lingered at the edge of the abyss, every probe would deepen the corrosion. It wasn't something that could be completely avoided just because they could withstand it. In the City of Silver's 6-member council, Chief Colin Iliad was one of those who could control the mythical creature form of a demon hunter. He held 2 swords smeared with different types of ointment. His right foot only stepped forward, and then his entire body leapt into the air, pouncing towards the top of the altar from midair, pouncing towards the former chief disciple whose body was covered in white feathers. The inside and the surface of his giant-like body burst forth with the light of dawn, dispelling the surrounding darkness and purifying all kinds of horrifying creatures in the illusory river behind him. At the same time, Waite Chermont continuously pulled the dragon-slaying bow, causing dazzling silver lightning arrows to form a turbulent wave that rushed towards the former chief, who had already turned into some unknown monster. Lovia, who was already prepared, closed her eyes. The silver-armored knight behind her, who was more than 5 meters tall, flashed and dragged the illusory greatsword as it slammed into the front of the altar, causing cracks to appear that flowed with silver light. In addition, at the feet of the shepherd elder, the shadow that had shrunk into a ball suddenly squirmed, as though it had come to life. It quickly left Lovia, and in the environment of darkness and dawn, it followed the eerie area and quickly rushed towards the iron-black coffin at the top of the altar. However, its target didn't seem to be the mutated former chief. Instead, it was the illusory black tube that was embedded in his body and extended into infinity. Just as Klein returned to the real world, he heard the sound of the waves outside become extremely turbulent. He heard the street girls' terrified screams, one after another, without any signs of it calming down. Slightly stunned, he walked to the window of the room. Through the gap between 2 messily built houses, he saw that outside Pato Harbor, there were layers of leaden clouds, waves like peaks, and a black storm extended from the sea all the way to the sky, tainted with gloomy silver lightning that tore everything apart without a sound. It was like the door to Armageddon had finally been opened, and in the harbor city the void turned translucent. Skeletons with open mouths, vines with protruding baby faces, bloody arms, and strangely shaped, slippery tentacles with teeth slapped the gap between illusion and reality from the other side. They were agitated and ferocious. This frightened many pirates so much that their legs went limp. They didn't dare stay on the streets as they rushed into the nearest house. The nearly invisible wraiths and shadows flew back and forth, flashing from time to time as they approached the ears of different targets. They wanted to scream, but they were unable to make contact. At that moment, Pato Harbor seemed to have fallen into the underworld, also known as Hell. It was gloomy, dark, chaotic, and crazy. Klein frowned slightly as he vaguely understood what had happened. His divination above the gray fog had infuriated the entity deep in the cold mausoleum. It vented its emotions, changing the weather of the Berserk Sea and Pato Harbor, creating signs that the underworld was about to descend. In other words, the mausoleum is indeed in a hidden place in the Berserk Sea. It's most likely left behind by death. Of course, this doesn't necessarily contradict the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. The two might have fused together. Klein retracted his gaze and quickly set up a ritual. He sacrificed Aztec's copper whistle above the gray fog to prevent it from being targeted by the unknown and strange evil entity. After doing all of this, he looked out the window at the gradually calming phenomenon and laughed self-deprecatingly. Such a welcoming ceremony can be said to be very warm. Charismatic Order will definitely notice the abnormal changes in the Berserk Sea. I wonder what action they will take. Above the illusory, pitch-black river, the waves slowly calmed down. The arms, vines, and tentacles that attempted to grab outwards had either evaporated completely or had no choice but to shrink back. Around the altar, the ground had already dried up and cracked. There were white feathers stained with yellow oil everywhere. The gigantified Colin Iliad had already stabbed the two swords in his hands into the former chief's body, nailing the rotting monster that wasn't shorter than him to the collapsed altar. The dragon-slaying bow in Wait Chermont's hand condensed a silver-white arrow filled with a violent aura as he aimed at the former chief's head, which only had a small amount of flesh hanging off it. The shadow that Lovia had separated successfully arrived at the altar under the cover of the silver-armored knight. While the other two elders weren't paying attention, it suddenly leaped up and pounced at the illusory black pipe that extended into infinity from the former chief's body. As the illusory thin pipe approached, the color of the shadow suddenly darkened. It was pitch black like the most depraved and evil thoughts in a human's heart. At that moment, a deep voice echoed around the altar. Fate! The shadow's vision immediately darkened as it realized that it had pounced onto the gigantified Colin Iliad. Colin looked down at it. His eyes suddenly lit up with a pure and clear light. This was like the first ray of light that illuminated the darkness in a long night. The light became brighter and brighter as it rushed out of the mausoleum, causing the bottom of the spire to emit an even more brilliant and blazing glow. The two converged in midair before turning around and landing on Colin Iliad's massive body. It made the pitch-black shadow evaporate as it twisted and squirmed, becoming fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared. Demon Hunter Colin turned his head to glance at Lovia. He didn't say a word, nor did he show any expression, as though nothing had happened. He quickly retracted his gaze and directed the remaining light into the two swords that had pierced into the former chief's body. Lovia stood there with her eyes closed the entire time. She didn't panic or feel any fear. Instead, she slowly sighed. City of Generosity, Biome. Alger Wilson circled around a few times to shake off his imaginary stalkers and watchers before coming to the artisan's house and pulling the doorbell. Back when he first heard that the artisan had fallen ill for some baffling reason and that there were strange snoopers around, Alger's first suspicion was the Demonist sect. But on careful thought, he felt that with the artisan's preferences, there was no way he could resist the allure of beauty. There was no need for the demonesses to make things so complicated. All they had to do was curl their fingers and display their charm to make the other party confess and agree to anything. Therefore, Alger believed that there was another reason for the matter. He needed to personally take a look to prevent the delivery of the mystical item from being delayed again, or to prevent the characteristic and materials from being lost for no apparent reason. Amidst the tinkling sounds, the door to the artisan's house opened. A thin middle-aged man with tan skin glanced at Alger. "Why are you here?" This person was Artisan Charv, who had been working with Alger for several years. His exact origins were unknown. "Didn't you write that you were sick?" Alger asked casually. Charv yawned. "It's done." Alger was taken aback. He looked around and said, "What about those strange snoopers?" Charv's eye bags were a little swollen, and his brown eyes showed signs of fatigue and impatience. "Who knows? Anyway, he didn't appear again. Anyway, I'll be moving soon. It's not too safe here." Alger heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink? A guy like you who only cares about strength has no way of appreciating good wine." Charv scratched his flaxen hair and stepped aside. Alger calmly walked in. With just a lift of his eyes, he saw most of the scene.